Jews here. Burp. Oh. We're going to be setting up stuff as we go. This is this. Should I have chat on my phone or something? Oh no. Oh no. You have to sit down. Better. There you go. I'll be right back. Oh, okay. I think I can have. Whoa! I'm back! For whoever's still here. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're gonna go to a browser. lucyhaza.org/live. Yay, that's me. Okay, let's go. Is there anybody here watching this mess? Hello, fake Alec Kyle Parker that I can see on my phone. And Incub, we get a stream. Hello, lettuce. Wait, lettuce, Lucy less. Imagine a world without any Lucy. It's like the John Lennon's Perfect World. Imagine there's no countries, etc. You know? It's true. Living life in peace. Woohoo. There will be a world without a Lucy. A world where people could just live in peace, you know? It's been... You're having fun? Yeah, I'm having fun being bombarded in Kyiv. Thank you, Origin of Logos. Thanks for that commentary. I'm having so much fun. 15 people dead. God, how many were injured? 100, I think. Yeah, I'm having a blast. How's Ukraine so far? Yeah. There's been a big attack last night on Kyiv. Like, honestly... Okay. The internet just died. Hello. Hope we're back. I'm having some hiccups with the internet. No, it's all connected still. Hello, lettuce. It's wild. No, it's a stream issue. My internet died for a second. It's definitely a me issue. Unfortunately, the internet died momentarily. And now it's back. I hope it's back. Welcome. I'm here in Kyiv. Like, Trump has been saying... Okay, I gotta get a brush. Okay, one moment. I need a brush. I need a brush for myself, and as they say in the acclaimed game Expedition 33, for those who come after. No, I have not. Why are you asking me such things? Why? Why do you ask me such things? Such bizarre things. We're going to be talking about my old coworker just randomly texted me 26 minutes ago. Wild. It's my coworker from my job from 2016 just randomly. I figure you two were friends on Facebook. Why did you figure that? How did you figure that? What? You're gonna have to walk me through the logic. So weird. Hold on. Let me set up Twitch chat. How's everybody doing? I'm gonna talk momentarily about stuff that's been... Hello, Gaius Winston. Because you both pee sitting down? You know you should be pee... If you knew what happens to your pee when you pee sitting up, you'd be sitting down as well, okay? You'd be sitting down so bad if you knew what happens when you pee sitting up. Anyone on Twitch? How many viewers do I have on Twitch? How many chatters? One. Me. I'm my own chatter on Twitch. Perfect. I'm doing good, just went to a mountain trip. Oh, I went to a trip to Ukraine, Kyiv, to do more interviews about children. We all should be sitting down. It's also good for your prostate. Yeah, that is also a factor, true. I knew a Korean person that would not allow anybody to use his toilet unless they used it sitting down, because frankly speaking, when you pee sitting up, the pee particles get all over the room and all over the items and everything, so everything gets covered in pee. Enjoy having that image in your head. Pee everywhere. In your hair, in your clothes, in your everything. I'm not gonna go further into detail. I think that's enough. So yeah, Paul Hogston, enjoy your little pee sessions. So wait, so did that person like watch them pee? It feels like it. I'd rather not ask. I'd rather not investigate further. I've been like, there's this Russian person that I talked to not so long ago. In case they stand up, I guess so. Maybe they had cameras. Maybe they had cameras in the toilet. Like, there's this Russian woman that always berated me whenever I mentioned, why is Lucy talking about pissing? Because there's a chatter in YouTube that asked me weird questions about pissing. Anyway, there's this Russian person that's always berated me for saying that Ukrainian and Polish are similar and said that it's a made up thing that has been a lie that has been created in 2014 somehow, that Polish and Ukrainian are similar and that they're not similar at all, like that you cannot understand any Ukrainian as a Polish person and vice versa. And just recently I went to a store. There was an item that I wanted to get, a food item, and there was a limited amount of that food item. And I didn't know how to say it in Ukrainian, so I just straight up said in Polish, when you get more of this, I'm gonna be back and I'm gonna buy it. And the store owner was just like, yeah, sure, come when we get more. So I guess Ukrainians themselves bought into the lie. They bought into the lie of Ukrainian and Polish being similar because he understood me perfectly when I spoke Polish. When will Lucy become a Ukrainian citizen and Minister of Polish Affairs? Soon, very soon. What was it? Pringles. It was Pringles. There's a specific taste of Pringles that's not super common. And whenever I see it, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna get all the Pringles of this flavor that you have. In this case, it was 2 packs. They only had 2 packs in the entire store, and I swiped them. And I said in Polish, when you get more, I'm gonna be back. And the store owner was like, yeah, please do come back when we get more. Salt and vinegar. Salt and vinegar Pringles. It was salt and vinegar. Borscht and garlic ice cream. I've never had garlic ice cream. I don't believe that's a thing. Salt and vinegar Pringles are not so common here. So, and then I got some, yeah, and you know, whenever they get them, I buy them, and also I bought some sitter. And then like, it is so weird. Last night, I sort of went to bed. I sort of woke up. I heard some buzzing in the distance. I heard some anti-air in the distance. I think I wrote on the Discord, there's nothing super major going on. I thought, yeah, okay, anti-air did its thing. It's okay, I guess nothing more than that. I think that's the extent of what's gonna happen tonight. I sort of drifted to sleep. What you need is more Old Bay. I don't think I'm gonna get it here. It's a thing in America. Yeah? Salt and vinegar? I thought it was a British thing, to be honest. It's like I went to sleep. I woke up in the morning thinking, wow, now that I'm here, no major attacks are happening on Kyiv, you know? It's so calm when I'm here. And then I learned that there was actually a very big attack. It was a pretty big attack that some residential buildings were destroyed. Very loud explosions could be heard. The very building that I'm in, like, shook. And I just sort of slept through it because that is very typical of me. Classic Lucy. How's that? So there's been a pretty big attack in Kyiv. Trump has been so criticizing Biden, how he mismanaged the war, how all of this has been a mess under Biden, how he will end the war in 24 hours before taking office, 100 days, half a year, whatever you say. And the reality is that Ukraine became a lot more dangerous under Trump than it was under Biden. Like last year, I felt that Kyiv was relatively safe. I felt like, okay, maybe from time to time something will happen. There was the thing with the cancer hospital. Like that guy who found out his country was being invaded through 4chan. Jesus. Like last year, I felt that when I was in Kyiv, it was basically okay. You have sirens, you have anti-air, but it would be, I would always tell people, yeah, Kyiv has the best anti-air in the country. It's safe. Apart again from the Children's Cancer Hospital, which was hit last year. But now it's a totally different story. Now it's like I wake up to 15 people dead, over 100 injured because like the anti-air was overwhelmed, etc. Like it's so much worse under Trump. Like it wasn't like this under Biden. I will give it that. If I had a Fido last year, I would have actually considered taking him here. Like last year, I would have actually considered taking Fido here if I had him already. This year, no way. Like, there's just no way. One thing's for sure, Russia is no threat to the United States. That's why Trump is joining the war against Iran. Yeah, that makes perfect sense, Paul Hoxton. I love how, I guess we're gonna talk about it later maybe, but I love how Trump got intelligence from his own people that Iran was nowhere near getting a nuclear bomb. And Trump's like, I don't care. I don't care what my intelligence says. I think they were very close. Well, then why have intelligence at all? Is that lady that's in charge of US intelligence right now? Hold on. The really incompetent woman. Tulsi Gabbard. Yeah, Tulsi Gabbard told him, hey, listen, Donald Trump, President, sir. Iran was nowhere close to getting a nuclear bomb. I don't care. I don't care what she says. I think they were close. Well, damn. Well, okay then. That's perfect. I guess they were close then. You got your intel from Benjamin Netanyahu. who's a totally rational and sane guy. Iran has been 6 months, a year making the bomb since like the 1980s. I mean, Dr. Johns, have you never heard the saying, slow and steady wins the race? Plus, they have that underground uranium facility that only you. Okay, we're gonna get. I'm spoiling. I'm spoiling all the information to you right now. That's not good. I should be spoiling. So yeah, I have. I basically, which is what I wanted. I have interviews every single day, which is good because I actually feel very guilty because I left and Fido is apparently going nuts. He's just, we have a garden, yeah, and of course there's a door leading to the outside of the garden, and he just stays outside and lies in front of the door, waiting for me to return. So I feel pretty bad about that. About the fact that he's just, sadly waiting for me to return and I'm not there. So I'm probably gonna be here till Friday. I'm gonna go to Fido, spend some time with him. I'm gonna set up some more work in the meantime, return to Ukraine, rinse and repeat. I'm gonna need your support in that endeavor, definitely. If you like what I do, then consider supporting me. Consider not being white on the side chat. Right now, I basically have interviews every single day. So that's good. That's a good development. I'll be talking to families. I'll be talking to families with kids. I'll be talking to psychologists. So it's gonna be a busy week. I've made contact with a new organization that not just works with kidnapped children, but with all the children in Ukraine affected by the war. Right? So that's starting tomorrow. I'm gonna have these conversations, these interviews. It's gonna be, and I'm gonna do a lot of recording. I'm getting I will definitely be able to make up for the lost footage. That's a given. I'll be able to create a lot more footage to make up for all the footage that I have to wipe to get this laptop working. Oh yeah, I had to do it. I had to. No more pin games because the laptop has been reset. The pin right now has been written down, and it's also so brain dead that it's impossible not to get it. Okay, it's the most brain dead pin ever in the history of the universe. It's the most brain dead pin in the history of pins. So something really incredible would have to happen for me to screw it up again, which hopefully will not happen. Dr. Johns, you got a tier 3. Lucy, give Fido a hug for us when you get back. Oh, I will. Like I feel like I will have to go for on really, really long walks with him when I'm back and working through all the footage. It's gonna have to be like I'm gonna have to make it all up to him. My mom is visiting him, so hopefully that will help. Oh, Jordan, yes, lock in. Yes, please, lock in. Remember, lucyhaza.org/live, right? Are you backing up your data too? Yeah, I will try. I feel like I would have to get more doggo in house prison. My dog is in Warsaw. I would not take him here. It's not, especially not this year. Like especially this year, taking my dog to Ukraine to Kyiv would be a horrible idea. Like considering that last night what happened with the bombing, with the drones, etc. Like my dog would go, like Fido would go crazy here. Like with the explosions, like the building shaking. I don't think he would take it well. Like he can be, like I feel like having him miss me a bit is less traumatic than him going through that. That makes sense. Do you have a password manager? Yes, it's called a physical notebook that I have. That's my password manager. My password manager is an actual physical paper notebook in which I have all my passwords written down. Not very safe. Listen, as long as I have my notebook with me, it's very safe. Hello, Raidering. I've just been talking about how I feel sad about leaving Fido to be alone. Do you have someone younger to walk him or just mom to visit because he's definitely restless? Well, he just lies down in front of the door to the garden and waits for me, so he's just sad. But my brother is with him as well. My brother walks him. So have you considered telling your password in the event your paper or passwords burst into flames or otherwise gets lost? You know what? Why the hell not? Why the hell not? There you go. I've sent it. For those who come after, poor baby. I know, right? I'm gonna have to make it up for him. Raiders of Black Veil. What is that? It's still a 4-digit pin. So I thought you were joining Donald Tusk. All men in Poland undergo military training. Well, I couldn't join, Paul Hodgson. I'm a trans woman. Actually, I could, because that training is not just for all men, it's for all people in Poland. Did you guess break the pin? No, I factory reset the laptop and I wiped all the data. I lost the data that I had on the laptop. Any interviews that I had on the laptop I lost. I have to get new footage. So no, Paul Hogston, I have not joined the military training that's for everybody, not just for men. One nice try. Was in the US MC during Do Not Ask, Do Not Tell. Why did you mention that? Hold on, what made you mention Do Not Ask, Do Not Tell? Did you feel somewhat constrained under Do Not Ask, Do Not Tell? Is there anything that you'd like to tell us, Paul Hogston? Anything that you'd like to get off your chest about yourself? So when someone wanted to get out, all they had to say they were gay. Is that how you got out? You said you were gay? Is that what happened? Okay, I guess that topic's over. Perfect. Nope, I actually broke my femur tibia and tore my ments in my knee. Oh. Okay, so you stayed closeted, understand? Oh, good for you. Alright. Any questions before we move on to the next thing that I have on the agenda? I have a whole schedule, I have a whole program, I have announcements, I have cool things in store. Anything? We're back to the classic. We're back to the classic white wall. Let's go. No questions. But for me, my knee is still killing me. Well, you know, it happens. No pain, no gain, as they say in some circles. Remember to like the stream. Liking the stream makes apparently it for the better for the algorithm to like it. God, I one story in particular hits my topic, so I'm gonna see. I'm gonna see how it goes. Battle OPSEC then Dylan, which has stuff on the wall when in Ukraine. Who has? Better OPSEC than Dylan, who has stuff on the wall when in Ukraine. What's wrong with having stuff on your wall when in Ukraine? Hold on. I have to defend Dylan Burns' honor. Lucy, do you feel better after your 48-hour nap? I didn't have a 48-hour nap, okay? I just slept like 5 hours during the day. Because I didn't have a 48 hours nap. Come on. I was up in the morning, I was doing things during the day, and then I just felt tired, and I lied down for a couple of hours, and it did me good, okay? Sometimes you need to sleep or eat or do stuff, and it just helps you. It just gives you some energy. Even though I'm feeling kind of tired still. God, I cannot believe this. I cannot believe this nonsense. I'm still feeling a bit tired. I'm trying to be a high energy streamer, but struggle with the energy. Okay? I'm a low energetic. So no, it was not a 48-hour nap. Come on. You got to want it more? Wait, what do I have to what? What do you mean I've got to want it more? What more? Energy or nap? Low energy Lucy. Yeah. I mean, you gotta admit, aren't my streams in general kinda low energy? I'm not super bombastic. I'm not, hey guys! I'm pretty low energy person. I'm not super energetic. It's kind of calm and collected, intellectual. But then people say that my voice is soothing, so just, oh god, just look at the camera at the screen. I took off my glasses. It looks like I've got giant bags under my eyes. The more I sleep, the bigger bags I have under my eyes, which is, it should not be like that. It should be the opposite. Of course, oh, I have to take my hormones. I have got them with me. I took them to Kyiv with me. I took my medication. I take my medication thing very seriously. Lucy is a chill stream. Yeah. And if you're always a chill stream, it means that people don't watch because people don't want chill stream. People don't want chill streams nonstop. People want energetic, cool streams. Energy comes from dopamine, and dopamine starts with wanting. Oh wow, okay. I'll keep that in mind. I used to be able to stay up for 2 days without a few hours of sleep. Now I have to take naps. I no longer have insomnia anymore. Well, that's good, isn't it? Isn't that good? What the hell is happening? What's wrong with this phone? Okay, I'm gonna go get hormones and I'm gonna be back, okay? Don't go anywhere. If anything, go to lucyhazard.org/live and consider donating or subscribing because I need all the help that you can give me in order to keep this racket going. In order to do the work that I do. For those who come after. Oh, nice. For those who come after. Only 4%. I need to take a charger. I'll be right back with the hormones and a charger. And maybe something to drink. Oi. The hormones. This is exactly the sort of person that I am. I took the charger for the phone, but I forgot the hormones. Thank you for the $5 for Fido when you get home. Thank you. For those who come after. For the Fidos that come after. I'll be right back. I'll get them this time. Okay? For those who come after. I'm wondering what the best way for me to back the data is. Like a Google Drive, but then I have to buy additional space, I feel, for it to make it viable. Let me check something. How much space do I have on the Google Drive? Like, oh, I got like 15 gigabytes. I could get more. I'm heavily considering just getting more. Nobody's chatting on Twitch. Why did I ever decide to multi-stream is beyond me. Well, it's because Philippe Auguste talked me into it. I feel like it was a mistake. I honestly don't ever get many viewers on Twitch, if any, at all. If that makes sense. Does that make sense? Yeah. The pasta I made is just okay. I guess I don't have much of an appetite. I have an appetite. I should eat something. It's okay. It's stream, and some people hate it when I eat on stream. Oh! Actually, speaking of games that are like... Oh yeah. Speaking of game that I don't use a controller with, yeah, hold on. Do I? No, I don't think so. I feel like I don't. I've not been using the controller with Qatar, right? I think the I think it does not support it. I think Steam Qatar does not support. Why? There's a huge discount on Resident Evil. Qatar. I like that game, sort of. Qatar. Wait. Uh, why? Why don't I have Qatar? Oh, I have it. And it's so small, I might as well install it. How is Ukraine? Dangerous. There's been a big bombing last night. It shook the building. It shook a lot of buildings. A lot of bombs. People died. So I guess not taking Fido to Ukraine this year was a smart move. And of course, me being me, I slept through it. So I slept through the bombardment last night. Apparently the building was shaking and stuff from the explosions. Which I did not. Kindergarten? Oh yeah, I've got Kindergarten installed. Maybe we'll play it later. Oh yeah, I've got you covered. I feel like Kindergarten can be played with keyboard. Yeah. I have a bunch of interviews. Um, set up. I have a bunch of interviews set up for this week, every single day. That's like sleeping through a Death Star. Yeah, I know. Like I've made contact with a new org that not just helps kidnapped children, but all the children in Ukraine affected by the war. So I'm gonna be talking to a mother and her son tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow I'll be talking to a family, and then the day after tomorrow, and then I'll be filming a class. I'll be filming a class. That will be pretty exciting. So I'll get a lot of footage when it comes to this topic. I guess children are my topic and the effects of war on them. We'll see. Maybe I'll be able to do a video sort of thing on this topic once I get enough footage. I'll also be starting to visit camps for children. And we'll see. If I manage to secure enough funding from my dear lovely viewers, then I might travel to different parts of Ukraine and visit different psychological centers for children. Oh, wait, I have to go to Twitch. You know, Twitch chat. How are you, Zoshalix? So yeah, I got a topic about children for tonight. It pisses me off a lot, but you know, it is what it is. And by it is what it is, I mean Russia is what it is. Beautiful. What a beautiful, beautiful state of affairs. Are you a psychologist? Do I look like a psychologist to you? Also, why did you ask that in all caps? That is so weird. What a weird thing to ask in all caps. Are you a psychologist? I I don't know. I just feel like all the caps is unwarranted. It's very strange. You could be! I could be true, but I'm not. I'm just gonna be talking with psychologists. Even though, technically speaking, I could be a psychologist. True. You're forcing me into more energy. You're forcing me into exuding more energy. Exer- Exercising more energy. Forcing me into being more energetic than I should reasonably be. Isn't that right, everybody? Why the side chat became so, I don't know, subdued. I'm still looking at you. I've got you on the phone. I've got you on the phone number 2. That's being plugged into the wall. I haven't forgotten about you. Chat number 3 or 2. Main chat. Hey guys, how is it going? Why are we yelling? We're yelling because Paul Huxton has established the, you know, how's it going? Well, I'm in Ukraine, I'm in Kyiv, I'm conducting more interviews. That's what's going on. And we're going to be talking about the news. My son's getting his BA in psychology next year. Better. The audience tonight is fluctuating a lot. I'm noticing. There's a lot of fluctuation. There are a few topics that I really wanted to go over. This is gonna become crazy. Wait, why am I gonna become crazy? What happened? What's gonna make me crazy? Okay. Since it's been a while since I streamed, and by a while I mean, God, how long has it been since I've streamed? Like a few days at least. Stay safe in Ukraine. I heard it can get loud there with all the bombs, so make sure to wear hearing protection. It seems like I don't need hearing protection because I slept through last night's bombardment just fine. Kevin Logan discovered DJ Mule has blocked him on YouTube. Wait, who's Kevin Logan? The historian? You mean is Kevin Logan the historian guy? I like Kevin Logan. Yeah, I like Kevin Logan. What about him? Why has DJ Mule blocked Kevin Logan? Kevin Logan is cool. The hell is wrong with Kevin Logan? Well, I'm heading home from work, so okay, I'm gonna give my viewers a choice because I love my viewers very, very much. I love my viewers more than cheese. Kevin has a degree in history, I think. I think so. Kevin Logan's a British dude, but yeah, I think he might be a historian. He is. Because DJ Mule is insane. A bit. As much as we've been doing some jabs at Xander Hall, a bit, DJ Mule is a bit insane. Okay. Because it's been a while, it's been at least a few days since I've streamed. Do you want me to do news now or play a game? And when we play a game, we're gonna be chatting more. News. I want news. Game plus chatter with the chat. Chatter with chat. But I think that's self-explanatory. I think that's very self-explanatory. The fact that it's a chatter with chat. DJ Mule will always try to creep back. Also, I have to have better diction. I need more energy, and I think I need better diction. DJ Mule still around. Hello, Contraband 100. Oh my gosh. I feel like I have not seen you here for at least 100 years. Contraband 100. Welcome. Welcome to this Ukraine stream, where who knows what will happen as the stream goes. Maybe we'll go through bombardment live on stream. Wouldn't that be something? Wouldn't that be content? Well, what's this TikTok? What's this TikTok link that I've just noticed? From John the Brazen, I think. Should I put it on? Only a few weeks. How's Ukraine? Dangerous? We've gone through a pretty big bombing last night. It's been pretty dangerous. DJ Mule is friends who's a sex offender, but will purity test everyone and block people over little things. Yeah, it sounds about right. Sounds, dare I say that it sounds like the online left in a nutshell? Is it okay for me to say that, or is that forbidden? Oh. My internet punished me. Are we back? Are we back? Are we back? Have we gone? Oh. Okay, I think we're back. Welcome, viewers. Yeah, sorry, the internet is a bit wonky, but you know we'll get through it. I feel like we'll get through it. You should show the Digital Mule video. I will. I just have to set up the. I just have to set up the browser on the screen. Hold on. Well, I'm heading. We Love Lucy. Wait, why you love Lucy? Thank you. I have to keep an eye on all the chats, it seems, all three of them. You are alive. Nice, thank you. Really, just check. DJ Mule and Sophie from Mars seem to be now the primary hosts of Red Planet, and they upload regularly. What is the Red Planet, and who is Sophie from Mars? Is it true that Ukraine has hot women? I guess. Maybe. I guess. I suppose so. Aren't you gonna ask me about the men, Paul? I thought you were more into men than women. Aren't you gonna ask me about those? The BPD trans woman content creator to sex offending a representative of the trans community, though. I would hope so, because I'm a trans person myself. So I would certainly hope so. All things considered. Demon Mamas also now just does podcasts with a couple of other similarly problematic people. Seems like the perfect career move, honestly. If you get cancelled, just start a podcast. With whom? Who does she do the podcast with? Red Planet is their panel YouTube channel, and Sophie from Mars is someone with serious accusations made against her. I mean, at least Sophie didn't go after the alleged likely victim and call everyone pointing out the obvious woke scolds that can only come from the Fosh DGG playbook. Ten Stop Trump? Who are you, Dank Omak PSL? PSL makes me think of that Polish party, that Polish agricultural party that started as a super leftist party, but then moved to the right. You're not Polish, are you? I suspect you're not Polish. Damomak PSL. We're gonna be talking about Trump tonight, by the way. We're gonna be talking about Trump a lot. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous what is happening with Mr. Donald. Oh boy, things have been happening with this guy. No, USA. Why the Caps? What's with the Caps tonight? I don't get it. You feel the need to scream? DJ Mule and what's her name who got banned from... I guess we're gonna start with some silly content, I suppose. We're gonna start it off with... Can't Stop Trump. Are you a MAGA viewer? Are you a MAGA viewer, my new viewer? Trump was wrong. How Ukraine proved that on the battlefield. Fair enough. Battlefield. Ukraine. Fair enough. Okay, we're gonna... WIC TV, the clash between expertise and equity. Haftaj and Hunter Ash discuss. What? Oh my god. Oh, Jesus Christ almighty, of course. Okay, I'm gonna set up... You're from Ukraine? Well, I am in Ukraine right now. I'm from Poland, actually. I'm a Polish person. I'm the biggest Polish trans streamer of all, although some versions of my lore claim that I am in fact Ukrainian, so maybe I am from Ukraine. I am in Kyiv right now. I'm streaming from Kyiv, Ukraine. $5 a month girl. She was host on Red Planet. I mean, Bad Bunny. Shouldn't you be flying a drone? How do you know that? Wait, how do you know I don't? How do you know I don't fly drones? How would you know? You're just watching this stream for the first time ever. Yeah, you literally have no way to know if I do or not fly drones or whatever else. There's no way for you to know. I hear some MAGA supporters aren't happy with Trump diving into the Iran conflict. I mean, out of the deal, literally. Out of the deal, guy. Oh, like I'm sorry, but all that I have to say about this is to bitterly sarcastically say, if only Trump was president, the invasion. Okay, it's still not an invasion. Okay, if only Trump was president, Israel would have never attacked Iran. All that is all basically that I can say about that. That's all that I have to say about that topic. If only Trump was president, none of this would ever have happened. But unfortunately, it's so Joe Schmo being the president of the United States, and that's why Israel attacked Iran. I root for you guys, and you too, Lucelle. Well, thank you. I shouldn't be trusted with drones. Why not? You just undergo a little bit of training and you'd be fine. You'd be fine. Don't worry about it. No nukes for loons. I mean, a lot of loons already have nukes. Russia has nukes, for God's sake. Maybe Trump should stand to be Prime Minister of Israel. Maybe that's his future career path. That would be a trajectory. That would be definitely something. Wouldn't it? What? Okay, and then Trippy fan, what do you... His problem there is that a woman was mean to him once? Whose problem? Am I missing something? $200 Dan? How much for feed pics? Yes, $200. Do a $200 donation and I'll do a feed whatever thing. Also go to lucyhaza.org/live and consider donating/subscribing. What Bad Bunny thing? Okay, what is the... I don't know much about the PF, the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, but I will say one thing. Sitting in the same room with a right sector person and supporting or not supporting the PFLP is unrelated in any way. Like, why are you even making this connection? Like, he sat in the same room with right sector, but supporting the PFLP upsets him. Like, what does that have to do with anything? You did your job. You did your job as a journalist, but also you don't support some group. What does that have to do with anything? We might be talking about Iran and Israel later tonight. I think I'll start off with a different topic though. You should write a will if you're injecting yourself into dangerous environments. No, it's okay. I don't need a will. Jesus. Ready thinking of a will. I think you should be much more critical than she was being, even if you have some shared ideological sympathies. Is the Marxist-Leninist paramilitary in Palestine? Marxist-Leninist part already makes me worried. Bad Bunny has nothing to offer in terms of insight on Palestine. Does Bad Bunny has anything to offer in terms of insight on anything? That's the question. But he is an entropy fan. I would say that sitting in the same room with a right sector guy and supporting or not supporting the PFLP are completely unrelated things. You should talk about Iran now because it may not exist when you talk about it later. I feel like no matter what happens to Iran, I'm fine talking about it later. Most third-world leftist militias will identify as Marxist-Leninists because they are inspired by stuff like the Viet Cong. Was the Viet Cong even Marxist-Leninist? She shows what it's like to grow up without responsibility. She's in her 30s and her parents pay her bills. They're not our Marxists, Leninists. I mean, Poland used to be a Marxist-Leninist country, technically speaking. I'm not a big fan of Marxism-Leninism because of it, among other things, okay? I'm not a huge fan of Marxism-Leninism. You'll forgive me. Yeah, of all the people historically mentioned when it comes to communism, when it comes to stuff like that, I will say one thing. Ho Chi Minh was among the better guys, okay? Ho Chi Minh was actually a pretty interesting figure. When France went to get its colony back, because that's how the war in Vietnam started, the first thing that Ho Chi Minh did was to go to the US for help, and he was just driven away. It was like, please look past the ideology, the politics thing, and just, lend us a hand. No, I shouldn't write a will. Listen, let's not talk about wills, great earning. You're watching streamers, you're no better than me. Wait, who? Who's no better than you? Nobody's better than you, John the Brazen. Okay, let's be nice in the chat. What do you mean you're weirdly obsessed with by internet nobody? Do you have a life? It's very mean-spirited. You know? Like, people like what they like. Jesus Christ, let's calm down a bit. I have to defend the honor of John the Brazen and tell an entropy fan, well, why are you... I have to turn the question on you, an entropy fan. Why are you obsessed with a person in the chat being obsessed with someone? Do you have a life? There you go. I've done it. I've done the thing. Lenin created the mess to justify state capitalism and Soviet imperialism. Stalin merely perfected it. Marx, however, would have definitely hated them. Marx had no hate in his heart. What do you mean? Sorry, this will play greater in. It's a pain in the butt to write a will. Anyway, you have to do this whole I am of sound mind and body. I think they're defending Bad Bunny's honor. Bad Bunny has honor? Okay, I'm gonna get off Bad Bunny for now. But no, Bad Bunny has no honor. Let's make that clear. OnlyFans. I'm not upset, I just find it funny that Vosh and Kefal's fans pearl clutch over someone like Bad Bunny. I mean, you went on a whole thing about Dylan Burns. You started it, okay? You say that people are upset, and and you did the topic started with you going on a whole thing about Dylan Burns sitting in one room with a Reich sector guy and also being obsessed not liking people supporting an organization, and then you linked it to him being heard by a woman, Bad Bunny. So you started it. So I'm not gonna let that argument fly. When you were the one to sort of get into it. Okay. The YouTube chat is getting crazy. What is the side chat up to? The side chat has been quiet. Alright. I'm gonna set up YouTube. I definitely didn't start it. I corrected at DGG Cointel Pro point of descent for spread here. What did you correct? What did you correct? Like you should get a red flag when a leftist starts calling anyone fighting back in Palestine terrorists with no other caveat. I mean, Hamas are terrorists. What now? Did I trip your red flag? It started because we were talking about Red Planet and we all remembered Bad Bunny was associated with it. So you should donate $5. You should donate $5 to my stream in Ukraine. Hold on, I'm gonna set up a browser now. This is all very ad hoc. So forgive me. Window capture. Browser. I'm starting it all from scratch, so you will forgive me. Oh my gosh. So I feel that the camera can go. I don't even have my layout. I don't have anything. As you can clearly see, the setup is sort of wonky tonight, right? You can see it's very bare bones. I never said PFLP is Hamas, but you just said above you should get a red flag when a leftist starts calling anyone fighting back in Palestine terrorists with no other caveats. So I obliged. I said Hamas are terrorists with no other caveats. And then you responded to me by saying PFLP is not Hamas. So when my money comes in, I might. Thank you very much. I'm living off my final student loan installment. They're considered a terrorist group and uncritical support for them can get you kicked off this platform. Hold on. What am I? Oh yeah. So I guess there's gonna be oh my god. Elon Musk. Israeli victory. This is not a live stream. Kid not kin. Wait, hold on. Okay. This is gonna be a weird one. But it's okay. We're gonna get through it. We're gonna get through it together like a family. Don't you all agree? Let's see the chat. Sounds like YouTube chat is having a tie. That's right, Dr. Johns. Camera gets shoved into the corner where it belongs. True. Thank you. My ugly face is getting put in its place. What's happening? What do you mean what's happening? I'm trying to set up a thing. I'm trying to set up... I guess we're gonna start with watching that video that you linked. Oh. Hold on. Where's the link? TikTok. TikTok talk. Well, now what? Now? What do you mean now what? Oh god, you're so rude to me today. Okay, I'm gonna put on my headphones. Hey, listen, it's not my fault that the setup is a little bit rough. Okay, none of it is my fault. I'm doing my best as always, and my best is all that you can depend on. All you can expect is my best. Okay, who is this? Is this DJ Mule? We have to turn on the sound. Is this DJ Mule? Do we have sound? Yeah, we do. Okay. Okay, it's too loud. It's so obnoxiously loud. Yes, order herpes meds of the internet. What was that about? What the hell was that about? What? What the hell was that? I'm asking pretty seriously. What did we just watch? I assume that was visible on stream and copyrighted. Well, you know, I'm depending on your donations, so it's fine. Lucy, I think we're watching Grandma Slop Stupid Juice. Imagine announcing you have an STD that you can get rid of to the internet. I mean, that is our favorite DJ Mewell. I did a whole video about him and the Xandrol thing back in the day. I remember. Okay, we're gonna jump into a topic now. It's a topic that is actually close to my work. It's not even my fault this time. It's not. All right, let's go. I'm gonna Google it. Google.com. Yeah, let's see what sort of let's go with Euromaidan Press, I suppose. We're gonna go with UN criticizes. UN criticizes. That's where we're gonna go. There you go. Perfect. Perfection. I'm gonna give a little bit of an intro as a proper streamer should, because I am a proper streamer, or I try to be. I'm building a reputation here of a prime and proper streamer. That's DigiMule vid. That's how I found the channel. Which channel? Oh, really? You found my channel through my talk about Xander Hall, about DigiMule, and you liked it enough to stay? Okay, I'm gonna stop it right here, okay? We're getting into, I don't know, serious content mode, so I'm gonna start muting people for calling each other psychotic dunces, okay? I'm trying to keep my streams are small, so I reserve the right to keep it friendly, okay? That's the plus of having a small stream of 13 people watching, that you can just say, hold on, no calling people psychotic dunces, okay? No more of this nonsense. Or I will become strict. Isn't that right, Dr. Johns? You gotta say 1, 2, 3 action first. No, that's Xander Hall. Well, obviously I'm still here to annoy you. Chat moves slowly enough for you to see things happening in true, and react. Guide. See, there are definitely positives to being a small streamer, a micro streamer, if you will. Gender Brazen must obey, Lucy. Obey? Jesus Christ. Listen, Gender Brazen has not called you a psychotic dunce, so cool it off, okay? Cool your jets. Why such mean spirit? Jesus Christ. This is so uncalled for. Alright, I'm gonna devour those Tic Tacs and I'm gonna talk to you about the topic at hand. Which is the main topic of my work actually when I'm in Ukraine, so the topic related to my work. And we're going to be discussing it. It pisses me off a lot. I'm the goody two-shoes here. Instead of arguing, consider going to this page. Insight. Algorithm or benevolent dictator Lucy Haze. Thank you very much. Insight. You should go to this page and consider donating or subscribing because my work depends on it. The work that I do here depends on those donations. Literally. Please trust me when I say it. Also, you can donate for me to buy Fido a nice snack. Fido is my long-haired German Shepherd. Come to page and argue there so people can see it on screen. I mean, I have not set up any chats to be on screen yet, to be fair, so... To be fair, I have not set that up yet, so nobody can see anything on screen at the moment. Okay, so we all know basically how the Istanbul talks ended in fiasco once again. We all know how Ukraine demanded that Russia return. Ukraine has given to Russia a list of 400 children to be returned, 400 kidnapped children. Russia, of course, mocked the demand and said that maybe it would be ready to discuss returning 10 children, and also added that Ukraine should not try to what did they say? The virtue signal to a bunch of old European women that cannot have children of their own. And the topic of children, of course, has been a topic that became my main work topic when it comes to my trips to Ukraine. I have been conducting interviews with the organization that saves children. I'll be doing some more interviews around children tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. And so I feel like this, and the day after that. And so I feel like this topic is pretty close to my line of work. And then recently, there's been a new development when it comes to the topic of kidnapped children, and it's definitely not a good development. Vladimir Putin has proposed very brazenly, very shamelessly, that an exchange that would go like this. Hey, you remember those kids that we've kidnapped? Yeah, so if you give us soldiers, if you give us prisoners of war, in exchange, we will give you kids. Which is a blatant disregard of rules of war, international law, anything you can think of, okay? Anything you can think of, this blatantly breaks it, okay? Like, how can you even entertain such an exchange? How can you even propose something like that? Yeah, we kidnapped a bunch of children from this country to Russify them, but maybe if you want them back, then give us the prisoners of war. And I don't even know what to say to that. Of course, Ukraine refused. Of course, Zelensky said, yeah, children need to be returned, not exchanged for prisoners of war. And I 100% agree with this sentiment. That is such a ridiculous What do you say to that? Like, I think I'm even gonna work it into my interviews moving forward, to be blunt. Like, when I'm gonna talk to specialists, when I'm gonna talk to workers, I'm gonna ask them, hey, what do you think about the fact that Vladimir Putin wants to exchange kidnapped children for prisoners of war? I'm curious about what sort of answers I will get. It's just crazy. It's a crazy, crazy topic. And of course, there's been a response from many places, among them the UN. I've already told you what the very obvious response from Volodymyr Zelensky was. Also, John the Brazen, consider not being white. Let me see. So, UN criticizes Russia's proposal to exchange Ukrainian children for prisoners of war, which, I mean, I think criticism should be the least of the things. I think at this point, things should go a little bit beyond just criticism. Moscow acknowledges, oh yeah, by the way, just so you know, by proposing that, I think that is a thing that is worth saying. There's a thing about this that is worth just stating out loud. The fact that in Istanbul said we can return 10 children, the fact that Russia is proposing exchanging children for prisoners of war is a blatant admittance to kidnapping of children, in my mind. Even though earlier they would say, oh no, we're just saving those children from war zones, we're just taking care of them, we're taking them in to keep them safe from war. Oh, I'm sorry, once you enter the conversation with we're gonna give you children in exchange for prisoners of war, it is an admittance that the children have been kidnapped. That I think that's very important to point out. Moscow acknowledges holding Ukrainian children while proposing to exchange them for Russian prisoners of war, prompting UN condemnation of using civilians as bargaining chips in violation of international humanitarian law. I mean, Russia doesn't care about condemnation. Russia cares about more concrete action. So condemnation is not going to do jack. It's like a meaningless gesture. I mean, it's good that it's being somehow recognized. It's good that it's somehow being criticized, but it's not going to lead to anything, which is my big, even though nothing will sort of follow behind these condemnations. The United Nations condemned Russia's proposal, blah, blah, blah. We already know this. Obviously, all innocent civilians, including innocent children, should not be. Oh, God. Okay. I'm gonna wait for it to reconnect. Are we back? So, John, I saw an entropy man's comment. Ukraine has rejected. Ukraine has rejected the proposal, and I feel that's fair enough. We back? If we're back, write action. Please write action if we're back. It's gonna disconnect a bunch. Unfortunately, it is what it is. Again, it is what it is, and what it is very, very sad. But I'm glad for all the viewers that are still here, despite technical problems. I'm gonna take this opportunity to say, if you like what I do, if you support my work here in Ukraine, if you like me as a streamer, then why not consider donating, subscribing, ringing the bell, doing all the things. And that's assuming that we're actually back. Are we back? Did you hear my little thing? Did you hear my little encouragement to action? Call to action, as they call it. Thank you. Thank you for the huggies, which I like very much. Wait, I was supposed to say action. Yes, that's right. You were supposed to say action, but you're not locked in. You're not engaged. And you're part of the problem, I think. You're part of the problem of online left-right. So I'm going to continue. We ended on this quote. It's going to be a nightmare to edit, but whatever. I'm going to leave it up to fake Alec Kyle Parker. Obviously, all innocent civilians, including innocent children, we've already read this. Oh, have we? I'm going to read it again, whatever. Obviously, all innocent civilians, including innocent children, should not be used as bargaining chips. Deputy spokesperson for UN Secretary General Farhan Haq told Ukraine Forum when commenting on Russian proposals that his principle applies to conflicts worldwide. The UN has repeatedly stressed that deportation of children during conflict constitutes a violation of international humanitarian law. President Zelensky disclosed that Russians had proposed exchanging Ukrainian children for military prisoners. The Ukrainian leader characterized the occupiers' proposal as beyond understanding and beyond the bounds of international law, which is correct on all counts, honestly. Like, it just keeps getting worse and worse and worse. The issue gained prominence during negotiations in Istanbul, where the Russian delegation acknowledged that Russia had abducted Ukrainian children, according to Zelensky's 2nd June statement. First Deputy Foreign Minister Andriy Kyiv provided details on the negotiations on 5th of June, reporting that Russian delegation had Vladimir Medinsky cynically stated during talks that Russia has a couple of dozen, maybe 100 Ukrainian children, the same Putin associate confirmed receiving from Ukraine a list of 339 abducted children. Kyiv said. Human Rights Commissioner Dmytro Lubinets reports that as of October 2024, Russian forces have abducted more than 20,000 children from Ukraine, and it's unaccompanied children, okay? I have to make this clear. I have to make this distinction here because no articles, no media reporting on this make this distinction, so it is up to me, I guess, to make it. Human Rights Commissioner Dmytro Lubinets reports that as of October 2024, Russian forces have abducted more than 20,000 children unaccompanied. An additional 1.5 million children could potentially be deported, according to this data. Because you have this distinction between accompanied children and unaccompanied children. And I assure you, while the amount of unaccompanied children that were kidnapped is within the ballpark of plus minus 20,000, the amount of accompanied children with family, etc., that have been moved into Russia far exceeds that number. So it's very important to point these things out. That's always a very short topic, but I feel like I had to express my rage over the fact that Putin just shamelessly proposed an exchange of kidnapped kids for prisoners of war. But the Russians offered only a handful, right? 10 to be exact. The Russians offered to return. No, not to return. They offered to talk about. No, I'm live on. I'm still live on YouTube. Too bad there wasn't a database that was tracking all those kidnapped children that US government was maintaining. Oh God, let's not even talk about that. That's like such a horrible, horrible thing to talk about. But no, we're still live on YouTube. Cześć, my cafe. So let me look at the chat between the segments. Because up to dozens of thousands of children have been transferred, and by transferred I'm referring to the UN Genocide Convention language. Unaccompanied, yeah. If it even as a handful, as in, oh yeah, Russia didn't actually propose to give back 10 children. Russia said that they are opening to discussion about returning of 10 children. Yeah, that sounds like a fake Kyle Parker problem. What kind of sick person would accept a Ukrainian child clearly stolen from their home? A lot of people, actually. A lot of people. Adoptions have been going on. The answer is a lot of people. It happened before, historically. Don't worry. It happened before. My grandfather was a kidnapped child during World War II. It happens. He was adopted. Unaccompanied is why I referenced the Genocide Convention transfer thing. These are not relocated families. These are children literally transferred from one group to another. Yes, that's correct. I see, so it was just a mob-style threat, not even an actual deal. Well, I mean, when Russia said that they are willing to talk about their returning of 10 children from that over 300 list, they also said, stop virtue signaling to a bunch of all European women that cannot have children of their own anyway. So there you go. That is the sad, sad reality of the situation. Like this, the whole thing about kidnapped Ukrainian children is underreported to begin with. There are a bunch of charlatans that also claim that it's being overreported, blown out of proportion, and then there's Russia that just at this point just blatantly admits that it kidnaps children and is willing to exchange them for soldiers. Ridiculous. Where do you even go with this ridiculous story? It's okay. I mean, it's not okay. This is definitely not okay. Tonight is a calm night. I think yesterday's sort of huge attack might have exhausted Russia's forces somewhat. Maybe we won't have a big drone slash missile strike tonight. Cool. Are we being optimistic or why? Russia's speedrunning the alt-right playbook in their totally solid arguments. Speedrunning? Are you saying speedrunning the alt-right playbook? I think Russia has been there all for a long time now. I think Russia has done the speedrunning years ago. That ship has sailed. That ship has sailed a long time ago. Optimism feels like self-deception sometimes. How so? Tired again. Oh my gosh. Why am I such a low energy douche canoe? I feel like we could be talking about Iran and Israel. How about that? We want to talk a little bit about Israel and Iran? Is that what we want? Iran needs all their drones to shoot at Israel so they can sell any to Russia. Unfortunately, at this point, Russia has taken the blueprint of Iranian drones and are manufacturing them domestically. So, unfortunately, we won't be seeing a situation of, oh, Russia is having less drones because Iran is engaged with Israel. That's not going to happen. Russia is producing Shaheeds domestically now in increased numbers. So unfortunate as it is, that's not a thing that we can hope for. Okay, I'm gonna step away for a second. I'm gonna be right back. In the meantime, if you like what I do, if you like my values, if you like my politics, if you like Lucy Hadze, then why not consider donating and subscribing? Support my work. I'm gonna be right back. Invite your friends, family, and colleagues to watch this stream as well. And we're gonna be talking a bit about the Israel-Iran thing. Mainly, there are a few actually. There's a whole bunch of things that we can talk about with that one. I'll be right back. There's a lot of talk about its prophecy. Hello, Jack, don't do it. There's a lot of talk about the United States possibly. Have I muted myself? No. The United States possibly joining the fray and um, and bombing underground uranium enrichment facilities in Iran. But I guess we'll be talking about that soon when I'm back. Oh my god, it's just, I want to talk about this when I'm back. Alright, I'll grab. Preparing a little bit of a snack for myself. Sorry for the absence. How's everybody doing? I'm gonna be eating a bit of hachapuri on stream. Georgian food. What's everyone eating for dinner tonight? Hachapuri. Oh my god. Uh-huh. Nuh-uh. It's still warming up in the microwave. Also, listen, first of all, Dr. Johns has friends, so don't lie to us, Dr. Johns, you have friends. Second of all, we're going to be talking about Israel, Iran. Israel, Iran. Um, there you go. I'm going to Google it. Filters. Uh, Iran is preparing missiles for possible retaliatory strikes on the US. Oh god, oh my gosh, there's been so much happening with the whole Israel Iran thing. It's an ever changing situation. Like this, it's like the situation is evolving all the time in unpredictable ways. There's been as someone said, if you know how this will go, then you don't know what you're talking about. That's really that's the reality of it. If you think that you know, if you think you know, then you're just deluding yourself. Okay, you don't know. Ukrainian internet sucks. Stream super choppy. I mean, unfortunate as it is, there might be a way for me to fix it. I'll work on it. Maybe tomorrow will be better, but tonight is. It's a scuffed stream. Okay, there's a couple of reasons for it, but trust me when I say I do my best. I do my best for my viewers. I do my best for you. I do my best for you, okay? You're the real heroes. Hey, but hey, at least it's a peaceful night, quote unquote. We're not being bombed right now, I think. Let me check. Just in case. Just in case it'll turn out that I'm making a fool of myself. No, it's fine. It's just only Kharkiv is being bombed tonight. Only Kharkiv is being droned. Tonight is... What do you mean thanks for the stream? I'm still streaming. What do you mean? This is not done. I'll be right back. What do you mean thanks for... Are you leaving? We're gonna sink the carrier. The carrier has arrived. Carrier has arrived. I've got my dish. I've got my beautiful, beautiful dish, which is hachapuri. Oh. Rings. You need sleep. My God. It's like this cheese thing. Let's turn this into an educational moment. Hold on. Mm-hmm. Hachapuri. A traditional Georgian dish of cheese-filled bread. The bread is leavened and allowed to rise, molded into various shapes, and then filled in the center with a mixture of cheese, fresh or aged, most commonly specialized khachapuri cheese, and sometimes eggs or other ingredients. It's popular in Georgia, both in restaurants and in street food. As a Georgian staple food, the price of making khachapuri is used um, as a measure of inflation in different Georgian cities by the Hachapuri Index, developed by the International School of Economical. That is pretty interesting. The Hachapuri Index. I know, right? Hmm. Insanity. Insanity, insanity, insanity. A Georgian pizza. It's not exactly. The texture is different. If it ain't got meat, I don't want it. Or a strange one, Jack, don't do it. Cheese bread. All right. So as we all know, okay, is that anything like the Pentagon Pizza Hut Index? I don't know what that is. So the thing is, you have to remember, okay, that is totally how it is. That is wholly the reality of the situation. Israel is once again facing an existential threat to its very existence. Iran was on the brink of creating a nuclear weapon, like in Metal Gear Solid. It was about to, believe it or not, a very shocking, uh, very terrifying. Iran was on the brink of unleashing Holocaust 2.0. This very horrible stuff. So Israel had no choice but to preemptively strike and deprive Iran of its almost ready nuclear capacity, okay? And it doesn't matter if Tulsi Gabbard told Donald Trump that Iran was actually nowhere close to getting a nuclear weapon. As Donald Trump replied promptly and correctly, it doesn't matter what she says. Iran was very close. It was very, very close. And so the attack started. There's been back and forth. The goals of Israel, as always, ever elusive, have shifted from attacking nuclear facilities to attacking all sorts of facilities, oil, economic, what have you. I'm having a deja vu because when the whole Gaza thing started, many times over, I've been hearing things like, what are Israel's actual objectives? There's no clear goal. There's a lot of vagueness about what Israel actually wants to achieve. And now once again, we are hearing from various groups, various people, various commentators that Israel should actually give a specific goal of what they want to achieve, be more specific about their objectives and everything in between. Because, as always, ever so elusive mission statements, mission objectives from Israel, ever growing, ever expanding, it seems. And so, there's been a big discussion. I've been observing it all day. I've been listening to it all day. The huge discussion of whether or not the United States would be joining into the conflict directly to bomb Iran. Why? Well, because I don't remember the names because I'm very bad with names. Maybe they will be here. Oh my gosh, he's writing. There we go. So why would Americans get involved with the whole thing in Iran? The answer to that question is written here. American assistance could include providing air cover for Israeli commandos who go into Iran, because there are two scenarios discussed. The United States bombing Iranian underground facilities, which only the United States apparently has the bunker busters necessary to do such a thing, and alternatively, basically an Israeli ground invasion into the facilities. Those are the two alternatives. And as stated here, American assistance could include providing air cover for Israeli commandos who go into Iran on the ground. But officials said the more probable outcome is a strike by US B-2 stealth bombers armed with the massive ordnance penetrator, a weapon that theoretically has the ability to bore into the mountain that shelters the underground Fordo facilities, one of the two facilities. Like one other facility is hidden under a lot of concrete, so still sort of bunkered up. And the other is the mentioned here Fordo facility, which is hidden under a mountain, which poses a problem for Israel's main objective of rendering Iran's nuclear program non-existent, because everything has been actually around, like the whole negotiation before this whole attack happened between the US and Iran has been revolving around the topic of enriching uranium. Iran has been saying we can do it because we're just doing it for civilian purposes, so it's nobody's business if we enrich our uranium or not. The United States said you absolutely cannot do it. We have to strike a deal via which we would be importing any enriched uranium into the country, would not be enriching it domestically, absolutely not. And this is also de facto the thing that Israel has moved in with their attack over. At least part of the reasoning was that the uranium enrichment greatly puts that it puts Iran much closer to having a complete nuclear weapon. We're gonna see. We're gonna have to see. The Fordo facility, as you probably might by now have surmised, or I might have said it already and forgot, that is a uranium enrichment facility. And that is exactly why, if Israel, like a lot of experts, a lot of outside commentators are saying that Israel does not have the means to reach that facility on its own, and this is where United States assistance would come in. Why would Dylan Burns not be in Ukraine? Yeah, Dylan Burns is in Ukraine. Has been going to the front line already as well. Isn't being in Ukraine sort of Dylan Burns' thing? Any questions so far about my very chaotic Israel-Iran coverage? I mean, that would just help Russia. If gas prices go up, if oil prices go up, then that would just help Russia. Apologies. Can I just mention just how annoying it is? Can I just mention how very annoying it is, this rhetoric from Israel? And I know that it's Israel's modus operandi. I know that Israel basically always says that It is. I just made a joke about his bad OPSEC room and the good OPSEC Lucy White wall, and then saw the live stream and him in that exact same room. What do you mean, him in that exact same room? Oh yeah, let me see. Because I'm pretty sure Dylan Burns is live now. Oh yeah, his room is green with a map, flag, and a flag. So I don't know what you mean. I'm gonna do my rant now. I have to do my rant. What's code for your diploma is now indefinite. The Dylan Ukraine room with the green stripe wall and stuff on it. What's wrong with that room? Are you saying you'd be happy more if you'd be in a white room with nothing but a white wall? Is that what you're putting forward to me as an argument? Listen, clearly he's doing something better than me. There are 9 people here and a billion people there. So there you go. I guess. I am, maybe, I guess. I suppose so. Wait, can I just share my frustration? And I know that this has been a line of propaganda from Israel from a long time, but can I just express how angry it makes me the whole we are now fighting an existential threat. Iran is preparing to not only nuke us but also nuke America. They are preparing the second Holocaust. Never again, and never again is now, and this is why we're attacking, because we will not cover in fear anymore, and we're on the brink of being wiped off the face of the earth. Oh, come on, come on, come on. Please. For the love of God, please spare me this. It's always a fight for survival for Israel. No matter what Israel does, it's always framed as we're just defending ourselves from the second Holocaust, you guys. Gaza's getting bombed. Well, we're just, never again is now, I guess. Any strike on Fordo by the United States or with US assistance would prompt Iran and its allies to retaliate. Actually, I saw an article. Iran is preparing missiles for possible retaliatory strikes on US bases. So Iran might just decide to... This is very strange, a very strange situation in which the US is sort of putting its military in place to possibly bomb those facilities in Iran, and Iran is sort of kind of already preparing itself for a retaliatory strike against the US. I don't I don't think anything good would come out of it though for Iran. But then again, apparently the retaliatory strikes um, against Israel itself has been pretty muted, pretty underwhelming, quote unquote, so to speak. And most of them have been intercepted. Like the attacks have been intercepted by UK and the United States. There's been big assistance in intercepting um, Iranian retaliation to the ire of Ukrainian people, to the understandable ire of Ukrainian people who say, well, why aren't you helping us that way? Oh, yeah, Netanyahu abuses this. I mean, maybe abuses. This should not be a thing at all. Okay, this should not be a thing at all. This whole like, listen. I grew up near the ghetto wall. Okay, I grew up in Warsaw. I don't appreciate it. I don't appreciate that language. Okay, I think I feel like I'm justified in not being happy about it. Israel is like a parody of a fascist state, just like Russia is. OG fascists from the 1930s look serious and quaint in comparison and less self-victimizing. Self-victimizing. Maybe they mean retaliatory, as in the US attacks Iran, then Iran will strike US bases. That is what they mean, yeah. Because that is what this whole thing, maybe I've not explained this well, that is what this whole thing is about, right? Like, Israel attacked Iran, Iran, of course, retaliated, whatever. Israel's stated goal is to completely get rid of Iran's nuclear capacity, but Iran has facilities for enriching uranium that are outside of Israel's reach. Israel is not able to get to those facilities on its own. It could do a ground invasion, just like an operation, a military operation, and enter those facilities with people on the ground. But apparently, even then, they would need some form of air support from the US, or they would need the US to simply bomb those facilities directly. Uh, yes, Iran did send Russia drones, Hashid drones to be exact, but now Russia is just, they took the blueprint and they're just manufacturing the drones domestically. They don't need Iran to send them anymore. That's what they do. Reject every peace deal they've given and act like they must continue the war because their enemy won't stop till they're dead. Yeah, that's basically what I've been hearing all day. That Israel's in no mood for talk right now. That it's not a time for talk because they must finish their objectives. And one of those objectives is getting rid of any nuclear potential of Iran. And to facilitate this outcome, the uh, United States might be needed to enter the fray. That's basically the gist of it. No, it's being very seriously considered. It's being very seriously considered, and troops are being put into place. It's being, yeah, that's the main thing that I've been hearing about all day today, actually, about the possibility of the United States bombing into those facilities. Iran has prepared missiles and other military equipment for strikes on US bases in the Middle East should the United States join Israel's war against the country, according to American officials who have reviewed intelligence reports. Intelligence reports which apparently Trump does not give a damn about because he was told from his Tulsi Gabbard lady that Iran was not really any near to getting a nuke. And again, Trump said, I don't care. I don't care what she says. Um, I feel like they were very close. The United States has sent about 3 dozen refueling aircraft to Europe that could be used to assist fighter jet protecting American bases, or that would be used to extend the range of bombers involved in any possible strike on Iranian nuclear facilities. Fears of a wider war are growing among American officials as Israel presses the White House to intervene in its conflict with Iran. If the United States joins the Israeli campaign and strikes Fordo, a key Iranian nuclear facility for enriching uranium, the Iranian-backed Houthi militia will almost certainly resume striking ships in the Red Sea, the officials said. They added that pro-Iranian militias in Iraq and Syria would probably try to attack US bases there. Other officials said that in the event of an attack, Iran would begin to mine the Strait of Hormuz, a tactic meant to pin American warships in the Persian Gulf. So, I don't know, it's an ongoing situation. Things are unfolding in real time. We'll see. We'll see what happens. We will see what happens. They're literally opening a war on the seventh front. I mean, many people are saying that. Many people are saying this. But it was a very convenient timing, very convenient time for Israel to strike at Iran. There's a lot of factors here, but Iran is considered to be in a vulnerable enough position that it was timely for Israel to strike. Let's just say that. Iran would also target any American bases that are in Arab countries and take part in an attack, the two officials said. Our enemies should know that they cannot reach a solution with military attacks on us and will not be able to force their will on the Iranian people, Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said in a statement on Monday. Mr. Araghchi told his European counterparts in phone conversations that if the war spreads, the blame would be on Israel and its main supporters, according to a summary of the calls provided by Iran's foreign ministry. US officials said Iran would not need much preparation to attack American bases in the region. The Iranian military has missile bases within easy striking range of Bahrain, Qatar, and United Arab Emirates. By the way, This also sort of very quickly shifted from the initial attitude of the United States, which have said, we're not involved in this attack, we had nothing to do with it, don't even think of striking us, Iran, it won't end good for you, we have nothing to do with this, to now saying, you know what, we might just assist Israel a little bit with getting into those facilities. And that's it. What was he saying? I'm gonna take a bite of the hachapuri. So yes, definitely the language has changed from we had nothing to do with this. It's absolutely, you know, Israel did this all on its own to we might be bombing enrichment facilities. And also along the way, Trump being Trump also of course said, you better sign a nuclear deal with us before it's too late, before there's nothing left. Because that's a thing as well. You better do a deal with us. There will be nothing left. Also, nobody's really discussing this just to, I guess, address the chat. Nobody's really discussing a full ground, ground invasion. Yeah, it's described as so-called coercive diplomacy. Coercive diplomacy. So nobody's really discussing a full blown ground invasion. Everybody knows that it's a bad idea. The only two options that are being discussed is either the United States bombing those facilities with their bunker busters, which apparently only the United States possess, and the other option is a small unit being sent with, again, with US support, air support, to infiltrate the facility and neutralize it. Those are the two options. And out of these two options, the US bombing of the facilities is treated as the actually feasible one. The other one is treated as like not really something realistic, not really something on the table. So that's the situation. Okay? So I've given you a little bit of an update. Good? Nice? Anything else that I should add? Because this whole thing was just supposed to be about this whole thing was just supposed to be about the US possibly bombing the facilities, but I guess I went all over the place. It's a messy topic, it's a messy situation. I feel like I haven't done it justice, but you know what? It's okay. It's alright. I think you've gotten the gist of it. And I believe a lot of you have entered this stream already knowing a lot about the situation, which I have a very educated audience. Iranians are not stupid. They've probably done the high school napkin math with those mountain facilities. Bombs can only be as heavy and not drop from as high. I mean, everybody does. Like, no, I'm sorry. That's a silly argument. Okay, that's a very silly argument. Like everybody does the napkin math. Everybody tries to reinforce their stuff as much as they can. But at the end of the day, nothing's unpenetrable. And the consensus is that the US actually does have the means to penetrate into those facilities. So yeah. It's very easy to say that everybody's just an idiot, that everyone's just a dum-dum and nobody knows what they're doing except for me. But yeah, I have a lot of faith in my education, Lucy. I do. You work in education, so naturally I have a lot of faith in it. You can even Google it. Does the US have the means to penetrate the Fordo facility? There's a whole thing about it. AP News, bunker buster bombs and Iran's Fordo nuclear facility. Here's what we need to know. Oh yeah, that is also a consideration. The creating a Iranian Chernobyl situation. What to know about bunker buster bombs and Iran's Fordo nuclear facility later. If the US decides to support Israel more directly in its attack on Iran, one option for Washington would be to provide the bunker buster bombs believed necessary to significantly damage the Fordo nuclear fuel enrichment plant, built deeply into a mountain. Such a bomb would have to be dropped from an American aircraft, which could have wide-range ramifications, including jeopardizing any chance of Iran engaging in Trump's desired talks on its nuclear program. Israeli officials have also suggested that there are other options for it to attack Fordo in central Iran as it seeks to destroy the country's nuclear capabilities. But aside from a commando attack on the ground or a nuclear strike, the bunker buster bomb seems the most likely option. What is the bunker buster bomb? Bunker buster bomb is a broad term used to describe bombs that are designed to penetrate deep below the surface before exploding. In this case, it refers to the latest GBU-57AB massive ordnance penetrator bomb in the American arsenal, the roughly 30,000-pound 13,600 kilogram precision-guided bomb is designed to attack deeply buried and hardened bunkers and tunnels, according to the US Air Force. So it is designed to do exactly what you said that it cannot do because of physics. The bomb carries a conventional warhead, but the International Atomic Energy Agency has confirmed that Iran is producing highly enriched uranium at Fordo, raising the possibility that nuclear material could be released into the air if the GBU-57A were used to hit the facility. However, Israeli strikes at another Iranian nuclear site, Natanz, on a centrifuge site, have caused contamination only at the site itself, not the surrounding area. How tough a target is Fordo? Fordo is Iran's second nuclear enrichment facility after Natanz, its main facility, which already has been targeted by Israeli airstrikes. The IAEA said Tuesday it believes the strikes have had direct impacts on the facility's underground centrifuge halls. Fordo is smaller than Natanz and is built into the side of a mountain near the city of Qom, about 60 miles, 95 kilometers southwest of Tehran. Construction is believed to have started around 2006, and it became first operational in 2009, the same year Tehran publicly acknowledged its existence. In addition to being an estimated 80 meters to 260 feet under rock and soil, the site is reportedly protected by Iranian and Russian surface-to-air missile systems. So it's not 300 feet underground. That's not the estimation. Those air defenses, however, likely have already been struck in the Israeli campaign. Still, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said the goal of attacking Iran was to eliminate its missile and nuclear program, which he described as existential threat to Israel because, again, as I said before, everything is an existential threat to Israel. Everything without exception. Lucy, are you sure you don't want to get into the NAFO crowd? Why are you asking me that? What? What happened? Who shoot a non-trainable dog? This entire operation really has to be completed with the elimination of Fordo, Yishai Leiter, Israel's ambassador to the US, told Fox News today, on Friday. Why does the US need to be involved? In theory, the GBU-57AB could be dropped by any bomber capable of carrying the weight, but at the moment the US has only configured and programmed its B-2 Spirit stealth bomber to deliver the bomb, according to the Air Force. The B-2 is only flown by the Air Force and is produced by the Northrop Grumman. According to the manufacturer, the B-2 can carry a payload of 40,000 pounds, 18,000 kilograms, but the US Air Force has said it has successfully tested the B-2 loaded with the two GBU-57A bunker busters, a total weight of some 60,000 pounds, 27 to 100 kilograms, 27,200. Research in military stuff. I mean, the strategic long-range heavy bomber has a range of 7,000 miles. You could do a collab with History of Everything on Polish history or something. I could, but I would have to contact them somehow. The strategic long-range heavy bomber has a range of 7,000 miles, 11,000 kilometers, without refueling, and 11,500 miles, 18,500 kilometers, with one refueling, and can reach any point in the world within hours, according to Northrop Grumman. Okay. Whether the US would get involved is another matter. At the G7 meeting in Canada, Trump was asked what it would take for Washington to become involved in military, and he said, "I don't want to talk about that." I actually watched that today. This little answer of his, "I don't want to talk about that." You have to network or something. I mean, I don't know how to reach that person. Most people don't want to network with me. I'm too small. Most people are like, Lucy Hazel? No way. Okay. I'm gonna have to read about the can reach for the facility. I'm gonna do a investigative journalism. France 24. Key facts about bunker buster bombs and Iran's for the nuclear blah blah blah. I mean, it's not said that the US is actually gonna do it and that it's gonna happen. Explainer: US bunker buster bombs in Iran's underground nuclear facilities. If the US chooses to offer more direct support to Israel in its offensive against Iran, one possibility for Washington would be to supply the bunker buster bombs, thought necessary to severely damage the country's Fordo nuclear fuel enrichment facility, which is deep embedded within a mountain. Let's see. Alright. Bunker buster is a broad term used to describe bombs that are designed to penetrate deep below the surface before exploding. In this case, it refers to the latest GBU-57A-B massive ordnance penetrator bomb in the American arsenal. The roughly 30,000-pound, 13.600 kilogram precision-guided bomb is designed to attack deeply buried, hardened bunkers and tunnels according to the US Air Force. It's believed to be able to penetrate about 200 feet, 61 meters below the surface before exploding, and the bombs can be dropped one after another, effectively drilling deeper and deeper with each successive blast. So there you go. An entropy fan. You have to network. The bomb carries a conventional warhead, but the International Atomic Energy Agency has confirmed that Iran is producing highly enriched uranium at Fordo, raising the possibility that nuclear material could be released into the area if the GBU-57AB were used to hit the facility. However, Israeli strikes at another. We already know this. We already know this. So yeah. What is history of everything? Let me see. YouTube. The history of everything. Oh, it's a podcast. Is it? No, it's like a YouTube. So you'd like me to do cooperation with this? How you felt for Russian propaganda 2 weeks ago? It would be cool to make a collaboration with them. It would be pretty cool. Do they have any ways to contact them? I guess they do. I might write them an email. We'll see. We'll see what happens, okay? I make no promises, Dr. Jones. I'm gonna try to network. You're right. I'm gonna do my best to network. Let's watch a bit of their video about how we bought into the Russian propaganda, shall we? Write action in the chat if you want me to watch a bit of the video. Why are the Slavs Christian? Oh, I guess I'm a fake Slav because Poland is not orthodoxy. Is not. You have all those juicy primary sources for history. I do. I'm planning to do something with those primary sources actually. Before Philo eats them. It's gonna be a fun time. Isn't it? So do we want to watch a bit of a video? Do you want to watch a bit of video? Action. Okay, I get it. Action. Let me see. Action. Say action. 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 Right, we are watching the video then. The Russian Navy sucks. North Korea edition. Zoomer Historian is full of it. Okay, I want to watch this. The Zoomer. How dare you attack the Zoomer Historian? Oh my gosh. No way. How dare you? The great mind of this time. Hold on. How dare you? Wait, why am I not hearing any sound? Where's the audio?
People keep asking for this, and considering last night I made my Twitch actually twitchy again for the first time in 5 years, it's going to be really funny when someone rocks up and goes, "Aren't you that Hoi4 Twitch streamer that was tiny that I used to watch 5 years ago?" Yeah. Yeah, it's all streamed like my YouTube channel now. Look, I've got special things, like I can do this now. Look, it's got the nice logos that I made. I made logos and stuff. The whole intro thing. No, hi Falcon. Hi Louis. So people have asked me to react to Zoomer Historian a lot. Um, this is gonna be a vibe. I'm doing it on Twitch because I can say swear words a bit more and not affect my bottom line. Now, I've watched part of this, the first 3 minutes of this video, and we're going to be here a little while, and I'm going to take apart a lot of what he says, but there's so much that he says that it's kind of...
Wow.
Yeah, I'm only going to be attacking the first.
Maybe I should cooperate. I should cooperate with this person. I already like them.
On my second channel, probably, maybe 50-50. Yes, you are watching NNN Part Ho. This is the NAFO News Network, and I totally didn't forget to update the stream name before I hit the go live button, because I'm a... But, let me know how the audio is, how everything is, because, yeah, I don't Twitch stream. I only did it
horrible audio.
Yeah.
Okay, enough. Now this is annoying, okay? Now this is annoying me. Enough with this sound, okay? God damn. Please. If I was low energy before, this has gotten me energy, okay? Enough. Enough is enough, okay? Jesus Christ almighty. Does that sound annoying? Apologies.
But yeah, I did add some emojis to the stream.
Also, the Zoomer Historian is the hero of our time, okay?
For subs, so they could do things, like they've been there for years, but they can do things. Look, yay! And also Falcon gave me the idea of doing this, and you can everyone can thank Falcon for this, because Falcon inspired me, aka he just gave me the idea. But I am completely buying time here, because I don't want to press the play button because it's Zoomer.
Oh my god, and no, oh god, no, please. One more time I hear this crap and I'm just... Also, I might be a bit late. Yes. I don't think he's even a thinly veiled Nazi. I think he's just a Nazi. I don't think there's even a thin veil here involved. Also, it might be a little bit late in the game to say this. We've been streaming for like, how long? 1 hour, we're 1 hour, like 17 minutes into this stream. It's a little bit late to say this, but you might have noticed that I don't have a microphone. I'm using an inbuilt microphone, so the audio quality is not the best. Apologies. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry, okay? Please donate if you want me to have a microphone, by the way. Alright, let's just get into this.
For background, for those who don't know, Zoomer Historian is a
character.
We'll just say he's an interesting fellow.
Interesting.
He's the kind of British that Winston Churchill would want to. Let's just say Winston Churchill would do things to this man. Um, and yeah, thank you for following. I would like to see get up to like 500 followers. That'd be really cool. I'm at 148 now. But let's press play.
Video called The Lebensraum Myth, in which I explain Hitler's reasons for declaring...
Oh my god, the Lebensraum Myth. We've watched this video on stream. What a good time that was, the Lebensraum Myth. All that Hitler wanted was peace, you see. And nobody wanted to agree with Hitler, who just wanted peaceful, I don't know, a coexistence with everybody. But everybody just didn't want to hear it. Everybody just armed to gang up on Hitler. That's so unfair.
The Soviet Union in...
You don't have to explain Hitler's reasons, bud. On it, but continue.
1941.
What? Then what? Like, okay, now you have to go... Like, the thing people don't realize, right, we're going to do some maps here.
Cool.
There it is. Alright, we're doing mapping.
I love mapping.
We're doing maps, kids.
Okay, that sounds very bad in some context, depending on what you think a map is. Jesus.
Be prepared for maps. Okay. The thing is...
Hello, Malaki. Welcome to the Kyiv stream.
Say the Germans get Moscow. Alright, let's be generous. Say they take Moscow with no issues. Now, they're here. The Nazi line's about... Yeah, there, and then it goes down, and then it kind of bulges out to here, and goes back. They take Moscow. By the time they're getting to Moscow, half Russian...
Moskva.
Soviet government has already moved to Kazan. That's another 705 kilometers. You mean to tell me they're going to get from there to there and still keep pushing? Okay, and let's say for argument's sake they get to Kazan. What if the government just moves to Yekaterinburg? Like, it can leave. It can move. Trains...
Were you able to unlock your laptop? Yeah, by factory resetting it. So I wiped all the data that was there. Appalled. Unfortunate as it is. But silver lining, I have a lot of work sort of lined up. I have a lot of new footage will be created, so that is the silver lining. Like, I have a talk tomorrow, which is today. I have a talk the day after tomorrow and the day after that. So we're gonna get a lot of footage. Back up your data this time, yes. Listen, if you want to allow me to back up my data, then consider donating and subscribing. Because I depend, when it comes to those technical things like getting space to back up my data to, etc. I depend on my viewership to allow me to facilitate my work. Alright.
exist. Like, yeah, this is a
I could give you some hosting. What do you mean? Elaborate.
central rail hub, so it'll cause significant issues for resupply, particularly in the south. So most likely, Stalingrad would not be able to be defended anymore, and most likely they would have to end up in there, or moving up a line to here. But like, you mean to tell me the army that's dying in the Rasputitsa, that does not do well in that kind of mud with its link tracks, is going to go from here to here? Now, for those who don't know,
Easy.
I've been to this part of Russia before, this bit, and I've been all over Ukraine. Horrible in the...
I have servers and around 60 terabytes free for now. Oh, can you DM me? That's actually pretty useful. Can you DM me in the Discord? We can talk about it, I guess.
Summer. It's so hot. And then in the winter, it's freezing. So you...
Stop that! Stop that noise! Oh my god, stop that noise. Please.
mean to tell me that if they take Moscow, they're going to win. So this little attempt at bragging about them getting close to Moscow, I know what you're doing. It just doesn't work if you can read a map.
Actually offer Stalin, and instead of flying to Moscow for the talks, they took an extremely slow boat that took weeks to get there. Hitler and Ribbentrop jumped on
That doesn't mean anything. It's the 40s. Okay.
the opportunity and made Ribbentrop talks. They took a
map.
Actually offer Stalin, and instead of flying to Moscow for the talks, they took an extremely
Look at this dog.
slow boat that took weeks to get there. Hitler and Ribbentrop jumped on
That doesn't mean anything. It's the 40s.
opportunity and made a deal before the Brits could. The cost was the Baltic states, a place with a long history with Germany. If it meant saving Germany, was the Baltic
Hold on, what?
opportunity and made a drop jumped on an extremely slow boat that took weeks to get there. Hitler and Ribbentrop jumped on
that doesn't mean anything. It's the 40s. Okay.
Opportunity and made a deal before the Brits could. The cost was the Baltic states, a place with a long history with Germany.
And Poland. Okay, Poland was also the price for the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact. Let's not forget about Poland.
If it meant saving Germany.
I like how he refers to the cost of the Baltic states as a long history with Germany. By history, you mean highly genocidal crusades.
Yeah.
That's what he means. He means highly genocidal crusades. He's just too.
I mean, that is how Prussia was created. Yeah.
Because they were slightly different kinds of white, but whatever.
Germany from being surrounded, albeit temporarily, then it was a necessary sacrifice.
What do you mean surrounded?
I don't know.
Give me a second, kids. Give me a second.
Oh my god. Surrounded. Everybody's always surrounded.
Okay. Yeah, that's actually a pretty good photo of it. I won't show.
Surrounded. They moved the entire factories during World War II. Zoomer History, I think it's a command and conquer game on one of those tiny 1v1 maps. A tiny country, easy to omit. Poland, true. Poland is a pretty small country and was especially small before World War II. Oh my gosh.
The initial pact, because the initial pact had the Germans in Lithuania, but it didn't actually happen, so it's kind of irrelevant. Alrighty, again. Hi kids, we're looking at maps. Okay.
Nice, we love maps. And by maps I mean, okay, I'm not even gonna do that bit. This is Poland. The red borders were pre-World War II Poland.
So, this is the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact and how it effectively split up Europe. So, Germany gets this land. The Soviets do get Bessarabia. Because it is contested, but they do get Bessarabia. But what does he mean surrounded by the Soviet Union?
I have no clue what that means.
It's just a return to World War I borders. It genuinely is. It's not anything particularly insane. It's like you can see the former territory of Austria-Hungary sort of in it. The only difference is this part here, which is like Western Ukraine and southern Poland today. Like, I don't see what his point is here. Someone said I'm quiet there. That should be a bit louder.
That's
I don't
weird.
see what his point is.
Oh my god,
that they're surrounded. It makes
his audio suddenly became bad.
It's like a siege mentality, I suppose. Like, the Reich must defend the siege or something. I'm not sure what he means by surrounded. I mean, initially it included Lithuania for Germany, but I'm not sure what he means by surrounded. Because if anything, the Germans in this situation would... Like, they will hold the center of Poland. Like, yeah, this is a Wikipedia map. This is like the First World War. But where's the thing? That's the World War One map with the superimposed borders. Like, if we actually look at the borders proper, The division occurs in Poland about here. Stop it. About here.
Technical issues, I see.
So if anything, like the border then runs south, and it's a relatively flat border except for this area here. So eventually the border is actually pushed forward, and the Germans gain this part.
Show us the
So
what is.
They're not surrounded at all. Effectively, the only bits that are surrounded is here, which is in Soviet territory. And I suppose you could argue around here the Germans are a bit up.
Okay, you're not showing the map. You're not showing the map.
Like here it is. Yeah, his point to the Germans being
It's hidden.
Where are they?
What are you
surrounded
doing?
in this? Where are they surrounded?
What are you doing?
I would like to yeah. I don't see the surrounding, but okay, continue.
Twice in Hitler's eyes. The idea that this was some kind of permanent alliance is ridiculous. The ideologies are simply incompatible. One is hyper-nationalist, the other is hyper-internationalist. Just
Are we gonna pretend that the USSR is not a hyper-nationalist Russifying empire?
True. Well said. Oh my god. We're gonna okay, you know what? This video has convinced me. I'm gonna reach out to this person. Thank you, Dr. Johns. We're gonna do a lovely collaboration effort. It's gonna be a beautiful time in Polish history. It's gonna be a grand old time. Prepare yourselves. Hope you'll enjoy.
We're just going to pretend that the Holodomor and what happened in Kazakhstan didn't happen, that it's not a hyper-nationalist empire, because it is. The Soviet Union is just the Russian Empire in a red trench coat. It is a absolutely nationalist empire, and Russification is at its core.
Just to name one key difference, there was always going to be...
Also, it is incorrect, in my opinion, and this is more of an opinion piece myself. Like, there are a lot of people who disagree with me on this. I wouldn't necessarily call the Nazi state a nationalist empire. I would call it a racially motivated empire. Given that the way it will treat you, if you're like a Dane, for example, and you fit the racial bill, you will be treated in the Nazi empire just as well as you would be a full-blooded German in many sense, because you would be of that correct ancestry. Unlike, for example,
makes sense.
Slav. So there is... Even if you were a Germanic Slav, so say for example you were from Volga, Russia, the Volga part of Russia at the time, the USSR, there is arguments to be made for and against that, and I understand why people argue against that, but personally I would lean towards not arguing that Germany was a nationalist empire in the Second World War, rather that it was a racial empire, but that's a whole other thing, and I might make a video on it one day using Berlin Witherman's book that I have. It's as on it one day using racial empire, but that's a whole other thing, and I might make a video on it one day using Berlin Witherman's book that I have. It's as a key source for that, along with a few others. But just so you're aware that that's what I mean by when I say racial empire rather than nationalist empire. It's very simple when it comes to the Nazis to sort of put them in the bucket of nationalist super empire, but I think that does a discredit to what that state actually was. And the more and more I look at that state and study that state, I would turn around and basically say non-stop, and yes, I will hit dislikes if there's a shove in my recommendations, I would turn around and say effectively non-stop that the Nazis were more focused on racial purification rather than being an empire of nationalism and Germanism. Nazi Germany and Germany are two very different things, and the idea of Germany and Germanism can be traced back to 1848, and it's something that Bismarck actively tried to kill, and Germany also tried to kill it as well.
So yes, what do I will do an email after the stream. Thank you. Very interesting. It's time to make Lucy Has a channel great again. It's time to grow. Okay, it's time to do some serious collabs. It's time to put my serious hat on. Excited? Are you excited? Write hypers in chat if you're excited. Hypers in chat and stuff.
Darko's new video is going to be amazing and you should watch it. But yeah, so that's my sort of gist. I know a lot of people will disagree with me on that, but that's why I tend to argue that Nazi Germany was more racial as an empire than nationalist. But tell me what you think in chat, whether you think I'm talking out my ass or not. I'm happy to be told I'm wrong about that, because it is something very contentious, obviously, but it's a point that I will stand by pretty hardly if I am asked.
I think they're
That
making
friction
sense,
was
actually.
immediate. The Soviets ripped best
I feel like it's a pretty good argument, the whole Eurasian distinction as opposed to the national one. I can definitely see the argument put forward.
Arabia away from Romania and began to make moves towards absorbing the state as a whole, whether via their influence or just by straight up occupying it. There was constant border clashes between Romanian and Soviet troops.
Hang. Did you just say they would? I need that translation. There it is. Okay. Okay, where is that?
Or is it the Ribbentrop-Molotov, bro?
Ha! Ha! We're lying. Article 3, it's the secret protocol. This is a translation of the pact. With regard to southeastern Europe, attention was called by the Soviet side to its interest in Bessarabia. The German side declared its complete political disinterest in these areas. They didn't give a They didn't care.
Lucy, is your Discord dinging or is it something on my end? No, it's the video. It's the video dinging, okay? History of Everything had Discord on. There was not a bang.
They did not give about Bessarabia. That's not saying, oh, this guy's so stupid. Then I know what you mean by ethno-nationalist. I get that. But that also, I think, does discount the fact that Nazi Germany and Germany, like the ideas of the two kind of things, I think they're completely incompatible with each other. That I think Nazi Germany is completely incompatible to be called a German state, and it just so happens that it must be linked together because of history. When I look at Germany, I refer to Germany as the purest form, which is when the people founded it in 1848, not when Bismarck killed it and then Hitler remade it. So, yeah. I knew it was lying. I have a copy of the Molotov pack in paper, I just couldn't be asked picking it up.
Especially in the Danube Delta. As a result, Romanians threw themselves into the arms of Germany. The Soviets then tried the
partially. That's a massive oversimplification to fit his point.
same with Bulgaria and Turkey. Stalin wanted full control of the Dardanelles, so he tried to coax Bulgaria into teaming up on the Turks. The Bulgarians instead joined the Romanians in running into the arms of Hitler as their
Because they
country was
wanted
bombarded with Soviet infiltrators and propaganda.
That's not the only reason. The Bulgarians also had a government at the time who wanted to capture parts of Thrace, areas that it lost during the Balkan Wars and the First World War. It wanted to seize effectively what is northern Greece. And yes, there was some truth that it wanted part of Turkey, but it also wanted part of Greece, and it wanted to take Macedonia from the Yugoslavs, which had an ethnic, ethnic Bulgarian minority.
In the north, the Soviets were putting heavy pressure on Finland and were trying to influence the election in their favour, as well as meddling with Finnish politics in general, so they could set up a puppet regime.
You can't say that because we don't know what their intention was. They may have had the intention of setting up a puppet regime. It's also highly likely that the Soviets would have flat out just annexed Finland as they did to Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania as former territories of the Russian Empire. So we don't know if they were going to set up a puppet regime or move to annex. That might be me grasping at straws, but when you say something so definitive, you gotta have fact to back that up, and we...
No, I don't think. I think that's fair. I think that's fair to nitpick as a historian. I think this is fair game.
Don't know that. And they did initially establish a puppet regime, but it never went through because of the way that the Finns defended during that war. The fact is, we don't know if they were going to flat out annex or if they were going to flat out form a puppet. In Ukraine during the first...
Let me look at the chat. Nazis were known for distinguishing between the two, though. Nation and race. They did distinguish because they did treat other people of the Germanic descent, of the Aryan race, similarly to the people that were from the German nation. So I think that's a good point.
During the revolution just after the First World War, forced this effective setting up of multiple puppets, multiple SSRs, in the effect to break up the unity of the Ukrainian People's Republic, and they later used SSRs to annex the country, effectively into the USSR. They did similar things in other former Soviet territories. So, yeah, while they did set up a puppet regime, yes, but we don't know the intent, and I don't think you can talk to the intent of the Soviets here without actually, being 100% sure. And you're not going to be 100% sure because Stalin probably wasn't 100% sure.
Who threw themselves into the arms of Germany, a nation they had incredibly close historical ties with.
Yes, but they didn't throw themselves into the arms of Germany. They were quite close to the Allies, and in fact, when the Finns and the Allies went to war with each other, the British and the Finns were in contact, and they were very apologetic about it because they didn't want to go to war with each other, but the Finns had no choice because the Soviets were on their border.
The pressing matter of all, however, was the Romanian one. If the Ploiest oil fields just north of Bucharest were taken, then the German armed forces would grind to a halt. Romania produced more oil than every nation that would end up joining the Axis combined, as well as Japan and Spain. There simply was not another comparable source, and the German military could not function without it. Perhaps this issue, most of all, is what caused the war in the East. After all this had happened...
Wait, what?
I don't know what the hell.
Yeah, I'm going to have to cover that because he's going to have Hitler on the screen. Let's just do this.
I don't think you cannot show Hitler on screen.
I'm sorry, you mean to tell me that they started...
Is it really forbidden on Twitch to show Hitler on screen? Come on. Come on.
The Second World War, Operation Barbarossa. The war that Hitler wrote about in Mein Kampf, the fact that he wanted to,
attack the Soviet Union, yeah. Lebensraum, which was not a myth, okay? In a way, Lebensraum has its roots in World War I, when Germany plans to use the Ukrainian fields to send food to Germany in order to, win in the First World War.
It's the fact that he spoke about it all the time. They started that over oil fields in Romania.
Yeah.
Okay, hon. Okay. Bear with. I've just got a phone call.
Damn. Okay. Okay, it's kind.
Had a scam call. Needed to go tell them to do some horrific things.
Oh, jeez.
Anyway, where were we? Okay. Back to this idiot.
Hitler took a gamble to test the waters. He invited the Soviet Foreign Minister, Molotov, to Germany and invited him to join the Tripartite Pact, knowing the Soviets would refuse. Molotov immediately replied with a huge list of demands in order to join, and they were akin to handing over the Balkans to the Soviets, which obviously the Soviets knew Hitler would never accept. From this point on, war was on the cards for the near future. The Soviet build-up on the German border had been going on before this, but now it went into overdrive. The biggest concentration of troops in human history was lined up on the German border, as well as the accompanying airfields and tank parks. Most damning of all was the railway tracks lined up towards Germany.
Yeah, very damning and very interesting considering that the USSR did not react when Germany invaded and Stalin forbade from giving live ammunition to the soldiers. Like that, the Soviet Union did not even react when very blatantly Germany was doing reconnaissance into the Soviet Union.
Railway gauges were the European gauge size, not the Soviet one. They were entirely offensive, not defensive. A Soviet invasion was not only
No. You can't say in the same sentence that the rail gauges are a different size on either side of the border and then claim that on one side of the border it's offensive and on the other it's defensive. That's not how that works. They're either offensive or they're defensive. You can't have both. You really cannot have both. That's like me saying I have a shotgun and my friend has a shotgun. Mine's for defense, but he's going to hurt me.
True.
We both are sitting there with a shotgun. That's not how that works. Also, hey Ben. Yeah, that's... No, mate. That's not how it works.
Probable, but inevitable. If the Soviets were given time to continue their build-up, then all would be lost. The USA was guaranteed to join the war in the foreseeable future. That much was clear, as the US Navy was already attacking the Germans in the Atlantic.
Okay, no, absolutely not. The United States Navy was not attacking the German Navy. It was defending against submarine warfare, which was being pushed onto its coastline. There was an instance already, I believe, of a US destroyer being attacked by a German submarine as well at this time. It is completely against all historical knowledge and precedents to say that the United States started the war against the Germans. It absolutely did not.
True would be. I don't think I've ever heard that claim before, outside of this video, by the way. The driving force behind the Nazi expansion was imperial conquest. They tolerated the racially compatible, but that's about it. Austria got annexed, not allied with. Austria got annexed because Austria was considered to be part of the German Reich, because it was part of the Third Reich, so it has nothing to do with it.
That is a lie. That is a complete lie, and a fabrication of events, exactly as Joseph Goebbels said it happened. Right here, he is quoting Nazi propaganda. This is genuine Nazi propaganda, right here.
It is.
Well, it was
Nazi propaganda. This is Goebbels said it happened. Right here of events, exactly as Joseph Goebbels said it happened. A fabrication stuff against all historical knowledge and precedents to say that the United States started the war against the Germans. It absolutely did not. That is a lie. That is a complete lie, and a fabrication of events, exactly as Joseph Goebbels said it happened. Right here, he is quoting Nazi propaganda. This is genuine Nazi propaganda. Right.
I mean, I'm not
All that was
surprised.
missing was a formal declaration of war. If mainland Europe were invaded by the Anglo-Americans and the Germans had to take troops from the east,
The word is liberated by Anglo-Americans. Liberated.
from the east. If mainland Europe were invaded by the Anglo-Americans
Oh, boy.
and the Germans had to take troops from the east,
The word is liberated by Anglo-Americans. Liberated. In 45.
then the result would be obvious. Total annihilation. Soviet policy
Yeah, definitely total annihilation, which is why the German state absolutely survived the Second World War and is now one of the most powerful states on the planet and in Europe.
had always been to let the Western powers obliterate each other so that they could capitalize.
Yeah, Vin, no, yeah, he just flat out said there was no anti-war movement in the US.
This situation was no different. They would pounce at the slightest sign of German weakness. The only option for
No,
the
they wouldn't.
Germans was to strike now. Soon it would be too late. Perhaps it already was too late, but the Germans had
Jesus.
to try before they were swallowed up by the industrial might of the Soviet Union. So, this is the real reason the Germans invaded the Soviet Union
it's
in
not.
1941.
It's definitely not.
This is what leads me to the point of this video. I was reading a book for another video and came across an explanation of Operation Barbarossa so egregious that I had to discuss it. The book was about Germany's allies on the Eastern Front, named Death on the Don by Jonathan Trigg. When it comes to the actual topic of Trigg's book, he's an author. I've read a couple of his books on the foreign SS divisions, but when he mentions the politics or reasons for the war, he enters the realm of propaganda and just
When he says propaganda here, what he's doing is he's saying that Trigg actually tells the truth. I actually think I know who Trigg is. Give me a second. Give me a second, kiddies. I'm Googling. Talk amongst yourself.
Okay, I'm talking to the chat now. Jesus. I think it will be a good collaboration.
Yeah, Trigg's actually a good writer. No. Trigg is a pretty good writer. He does tell it in very, very good narrative ways. Yeah. Now, he served in Bosnia, Northern Ireland, Royal Anglican Regiment. Yeah, no, I know who that author is. He's actually a good author. Very good author.
straight up
Yeah,
misinformation.
Stalin also flat out issued orders not to provoke the Nazis. I just
Yeah, he did. I mentioned this a little bit before in this react, but he not only forbade soldiers from confronting the Nazis, he forbade soldiers from being even issued live ammunition.
just want to point that out. Stalin flat out gave that order. It's something we know
Yeah.
quite a bit.
You could say he's a military historian, not a political one. I'll quote in full
Military history is political history. War is a part of politics.
his description of why Germany invaded Russia. Quote, Hitler's war, and this was one man's war, was also a
wasn't.
new type of conflict.
Sorry,
European
what?
war,
Politics.
a political one.
Also true about the history and politics.
A bit.
You could say he's a military historian, not a political one. I'll quote in full
Military history is political history. War is a part of politics.
his description of why Germany invaded Russia. Quote, Hitler's war, and this was one man's war, was also
it
a
wasn't.
new type of conflict. Europe and Asia were used to wars of conquest, fought for land, resources, power, and prestige. But in the Russo-German struggle, these factors were secondary. This war was fought for one reason, and one reason only: race. Hitler's world
Yes, it was. It absolutely was. You can argue the politics, the geopolitics, whatever behind it. If you actually look at party propaganda, you actually look at the party itself, this party, the Nazi party, is an entirely racial party. This is a racial party. Everything the Nazis do can be crawled back to their belief on race. Every single thing. The entire party is rooted in racial underpinnings. Everything they do is racial. You look at every law they put through, every person they declare war at, it all leads to an overachieving goal. Now, whether or not the intention was to start the Holocaust from day dot and to actually just, kill everyone, or whether or not that developed as a part of the war and a part of conditions, that is a completely different argument. What the Nazis did is genuinely a complete racial state. Now, I'm going to recommend you all a book here.
Okay. I'm all for it. I love books.
I'm going to really
I love
recommend
reading
you a book.
books. Okay. Really recommend it to me.
I have read it cover to cover. And I
Perfect.
think it's one of the best books you'll ever get on the topic.
All right.
Where is it? Open the new tab.
I probably have not read it, so perfect.
This is a really blurry photo, but this book here, I really recommend this book by Michael Burley and Wolfgang Wipperman. Phenomenal book, and it will explain in depth to you how the Nazi state operated and the chaos and the insanity that was behind it.
Oh yeah, I have an idea. I might have not read this particular book, but I have read about the chaos of the Nazi state indeed.
Okay.
Okay.
View, his Weltanschauung was clearly expressed by his acolyte Heinrich Himmler, the sociopathic head of the SS, in a pamphlet he wrote entitled DSS. Quote, as long as humans have existed on Earth, war between humans and subhumans has become a rule of history. As far back as we can see, this Jewish-led battle has become the natural course of life on this planet, end quote. In other words, whereas Karl Marx saw all history as a struggle between different classes, the Nazis saw all history as a war between races, a Rassenkrieg. The prize for the victor was world domination, and all that came with it, power and riches for eternity. While for the losers, the abyss of total genetic extinction beckoned, end quote. It's hard to know where to begin. The idea that Germany invaded Russia for reasons of race is beyond absurd. In fact, it's telling that he quotes Himmler and not Hitler in his description. And even then,
Himmler instead of Hitler himself. Oh gosh. Photo.
Hitler is talking about another group, not committing such an act himself.
So he's a Hitler apologist, and he's trying to put the blame on Himmler. Just give me a second.
That's typical.
Okay.
That's classic.
Give me a second.
I'm giving you a second. Giving you a second.
Where is it? Where is that? I've got this written down. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Here we go. Alright, here is a quote. Let me just double check. This is actually Hitler. Okay, so this is a direct quote.
This Discord noise is not mine.
A foreign body in the midst of the German community. There is no room for them or for us. One of us must give way. As regards the Pole, it's lucky for us that he's idle, stupid, and vain. Now, that's not talking about the Soviets, obviously, because Eastern Slavs and such, but that gives you an idea of Hitler's opinion on Slavs. And that's so the first three I thought of, I had to dull down because they're a bit, how you going? But that...
Hold on, I'm gonna go to the toilet real quick. I'll be right back. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. Apologies for this lengthy toilet thing. Even in Ukraine, Fire will be eating the internet as revenge for Lucy abandoning him. Oh, the internet died while I was away. Okay. Well, it's okay.
That's one of them. That's definitely something he said about the Slavs. And yes, Hitler is Hitler's PR guy. So I just want to point out that he's trying to defend Hitler by insulting Himmler, but Himmler is a direct appointee of Hitler to be his mouthpiece and to run his secret police. So
The reality is that the war was nothing of the sort. Firstly, let's look at it from a logical level. In 1941, Nazi Germany was in the middle of a war with the British Empire, in which she had no means of bringing it to an end. The Brits had dragged the Scandinavians into the war, and
Excuse me? Excuse me? Now, I like this argument a lot.
Okay, please, if you have Discord, just turn on streamer mode, okay? That'll fix your Discord noise problem on stream. Streamer mode, done.
I've heard this argument a lot, that Britain dragged the Norwegians and Danes into the war. Yes, my Discord is making sounds. Let me just turn that off. That's,
there you go.
I think that's Falcon talking. Or someone in the YouTube Discord. Okay, we're going to talk about this for a second. Okay, so Hitler wanted to reclaim part of Denmark because it was lost during the First World War. That's something that was on there to do this for a while. It also would seize the Straits. Now, as for Norway, there's a lot of argument on how and why Norway entered the war. The fact was, if Norway didn't enter the war, it was a weak point for the Germans, so it actually made a lot of tactical sense to, if not seize it, to play it. Now, my impressions are okay Zoomer as well. Okay, we're gonna have a chat here. Britain regularly violated the territorial integrity of Norway. Basically, did not give a shit about the war. The HMS Cossack did it.
Now this sound did not even cover anything. Okay, this at some point it's just annoying. He's just a baby boy streamer, Lucy. Not everyone can be as professional as you. True. Not everybody can be me. I know. I'm great. It feels so good to be so great.
The Royal Navy did it. There were British and French soldiers on their way to Norway to occupy key ports, basically to stop trade. That is a fact. But they didn't win because the Nazis invaded Norway first because they weren't sure what it was going to do. Norway was stuck in the middle here and it had to pick a side, and it picked the least psychotic side, except if you're a Quisling. Now, yeah, Anarchy did a great video on it, but saying that Britain and France forced the Scandinavians, and can't even Sweden was neutral, into the war, that's dishonest at best, stupid at worst.
I think it's stupid.
The Brits had dragged the war into the Balkans with the Yugoslavian coup, and some could even argue the Greek campaign. Everywhere the Brits...
No one can argue that they... The Italians invaded Greece.
...tried to expand the war resulted in failure for the poor countries they were using. Now it was just...
They were used, not that Germany was invading them. They were getting used, okay.
British Isles left of any importance, but the Germans had no means of reaching her, by sea or by air. There was also no means of making...
What do you mean they had no way to reach it by sea? The of Britain happened, you idiot.
Peace. All peace offers, including one in which the Germans would leave all non-German land, was denied.
What's German land, bud? Because I know what peace offering you're talking about. What's the German land, huh? What is it?
Rudolf Hess had flown to Scotland to make peace. In return, he was imprisoned and refused access to the outside world for the rest of his life. Winston Churchill was hell-bent on war. He didn't care. He was being paid to go to war.
Of course.
It was a precarious situation.
The Jews were paying him, weren't they, Mr. Zuma? We
Jews were paying him,
gonna go there?
Germany was fighting an enemy that was willing to sell off all the assets of her empire to the Americans simply to defeat Germany. There was no logic to be had.
What do you mean sell off the assets to the empire? What do you mean sell off assets? Are you talking about destroyers for bases? Or are you talking about Lend-Lease?
Lend-Lease.
Which one? You're not backing any of this up. These are just insane claims that you're throwing out there and then quickly moving on from.
I don't know.
Yeah, that is how successful history YouTubes grow. The crazy ones, that
British
is.
side. Now Germany was sat in Europe, knowing that the Americans would soon come. If that happened,
no one knew the Okay. No one could prove the Americans were soon coming. Okay, I'm gonna flat out say something here. Hitler was when he declared war in America. I'm glad he did, but he's an idiot. Now the thing is, Hitler declared war in America after Pearl Harbor. He did not have to go to war with America because initially America was only going to war with Japan. The United States only went to war. It only went to war with Germany after Hitler declared war on the United States. So, and also, yes, Churchill was not in power at the beginning of World War II. He only took over after France fell, basically. France was on its last legs when he joined. Belgium was about to fall when Churchill took power. I don't remember the exact date off the top of my head. Got it written down somewhere. But yeah, okay. Sure.
Not remembering your dates.
the Soviets would come crashing down on them, as they've been preparing to do. Does this sound like a scenario to suddenly begin a side quest in the form of a race war? Or does it sound like a...
There was no side quest. The whole First World... The whole Second World War was a race war. Everything the Nazis did
Side quest.
was a race war. Yeah, that was it. Norway happened 3 days after Churchill. The whole Second World War in Europe was a... Yeah, that was it. It was just the Norwegian campaign. Sorry, I got my dates wrong. Belgium was not long after that, though.
Backed into a corner situation where Germany decided to...
Yeah, poor Germany was just backed into a corner. They wanted peace at every opportunity, but they were denied. Churchill was just a warmonger, hell-bent on war. True. Being a history major and public history minor, and having a plan of getting a master's in military history, there are so many points in this video where I almost... This is how you're refuting his work, by Googling. If your work, quote unquote, can be debunked by showing the words to the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, it's not really holding up, is it? Work, if you can Google too easily, deny most of what's being said, then it's not work. All I'm saying is that there are sources you could use, like primary sources and JSTOR. The Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact isn't a source.
preempt the Soviets before the opportunity was lost. Let's ask Hitler himself. I'll use a quote that Trigg in fact quotes in his own book. This is the Führer himself speaking to his soldiers before they...
The Führer himself. Oh my god. I've heard only one other person in my life to actually unironically talk about Hitler as the Führer himself.
Set off east.
So we can believe Hitler's quote here, but we can't believe the one where he calls the Slavs subhuman, basically. Okay.
Soldiers of the Eastern Front, weighed down for many months by grave anxieties, compelled to keep silent, I can at last speak openly to you, my soldiers. About 186 Russian divisions are lined up along our frontier. For weeks, this frontier has been violated continually. not only the frontier of Germany, but also that in the far north and in Romania. A build-up is in progress which has no equal in world history. You are standing on the Eastern Front. In Romania, on the banks of the Prut, on the
Ostfront.
Danube, down to the shores of the Black Sea, German and Romanian troops are standing side by side, united under the conductor Antonescu. You are about to join battle, a hard and crucial battle. The destiny of Europe, the future of the German Reich, the existence of our nation now lies in your hands alone.
gonna have to
End
change his
quote.
pants
To
after
me,
this,
this is an open and shut.
By the way, supposedly I'm hearing that it's not really a proven theory, that it's sort of unproven, but actually has been actually allegedly planning to attack Germany in 1933, but was told not to.
Shut case. Others may say, however, that Hitler was simply lying and that this was a pretext. In response,
That's psyching up his soldiers. Well, that is quite literally the definition of propaganda, dude. That is the definition of propaganda. Right there. That's propaganda. When, like, the Eisenhower speech before D-Day is a form of propaganda to the soldiers. This is propaganda at its core. There is no if, but, or maybe here. This is genuine propaganda. This is how propaganda works. Like, I mean, he insinuated that Hitler doesn't or never lied in this point. Sure, whatever. Which is funny, because, like, apparently Hitler never said anything bad about the Slavs, even though I gave you quite, like, 10 seconds ago that said that he was calling the Slavs subhuman, but, you know. But, like... or
Listen, don't dirty the character of our glorious leader, Herr Führer, der Führer.
Alright. How the f*** more subscribers than me actually put effort into my videos?
I would say, who was Hitler lying to? Germany.
And that is your mistake, okay? Effort is your mistake. That was your mistake number one. You should take cues from the Zoomer historian.
Was a pariah state, hated by the world. Why would he need to lie to his men?
No, it wasn't. If it was a pariah state hated by the world, why did it have so many dude? Why was so much of the Balkans aligned to it? Why was Japan, technically, aligned to it? Why was Italy, technically, aligned to it? Why was Manchuria? You had South American countries who were also on your side, largely. Like, my guy, Sweden was trading with you, dude. Like, you are not a pariah state, Germany. You're just a pariah state to the Allies at this point.
True.
Yeah, but the problem is if we don't basically call him out as being a lying little Nazi piece of shit, then he'll keep going, because the only way to fight enemy is this kind of stupid is by telling the truth. Even if no one listens, you still gotta scream it.
Yeah. Also, the Zoomer historian is actually not a small content creator. Like, let me see. How many subscribers does this dude have, actually? Zoomer historian. How many subs? 214,000 subscribers. Brilliant. Brilliant. What about the views? Rhodesia Finest Hour. Operation Gatling. 60,000 views 8 days ago. The Rhodesia Myth. 486,000 views 1 month ago. The Complete History of the Bosnian SS, 24,000. The Complete Life of Cecil Rhodes, 44,000. Hitler's Muslim Volunteers, 46,000. Hitler's Irish SS Volunteers, 125,000. Yeah, it's not good. It's not good, okay? It is a pretty successful channel, all things considered, and I'm not sure if I approve of that fact.
They were all on the same page. These men were willing to lay down and
Love how
die
he's
for
showing the
Hitler
footage of Hitler being
and for
nice.
National Socialism. If he had told them it was a race war, they would have marched east for Hitler's race war, regardless of how silly such a thing would have sounded at the time. The reality...
Alright, give me a sec. Yeah.
Regardless of... If he had told them it was a race war, they would have marched east for Hitler's race war, regardless of how silly such a thing would have sounded at the time. The reality...
Alright, give me a second. Give me a second.
This dog looks so tortured. Like, my dog does not cover so much when he runs to me. What a tortured looking dog.
Where is it?
Okay, oh god, cut it up in editing or something. Oh man. Oh boy. Don't do this to me.
Ha! Okay. Alright, you guys are gonna... I knew it was in that speech. So Hitler's proclamation on the 22nd of June, 1941. Now, he cut off before we get to this bit. Here we go. This is directly from Hitler. You probably all felt that this was a bitter and difficult step for me. The German people have never in their hostile feelings towards the people of Russia. During the last 2 decades, however, the Jewish Bolshevist rulers in Moscow have attempted to set not only Germany, but all of Europe aflame. And then he goes on to say, Germany has never attempted to spread...
Lucy, you must learn the art of padding runtime. What do you mean? Get to the point. Wham, bam, thank you, topic, done. Very to the, succinct, nice, sweet.
its National Socialist worldview to Russia. Rather, the Jewish Bolshevist rulers in Moscow have constantly attempted to subject us and other European peoples to their rule. Not that they're invading everyone else, but whatever. So, you mean to tell me in that little speech there that you just said was true because Hitler said so and he was not doing it as a race war, where he's flat out turning around and calling it the Jewish Bolshevik threat?
I've already killed the monetization of the stream with the TikTok thing. I don't have to,
Is not a racially motivated factor. We're not gonna put that out. We're not gonna bring up the rest of Hitler's speech, then, Mr. Zoomer historian. It's like 3 lines down on it.
Insignificant,
It's not
irrelevant.
very far. You can all Google the Hitler's proclamation on the 22nd of June, 1941, if you want the full speech. So that's what he just quoted. I knew he was missing a bit at the end of that. I knew there was a bit missing.
Is that he didn't say it was a race war, and that was because it wasn't one. Under this
I'm a
quote of
Zoomer too,
Hitler's,
don't worry.
Trigg somehow goes on to say, quote, so with the prophetic words of Adolf Hitler,
Nice propaganda.
Führer of Nazi Germany, and the man
Oh,
about
boy.
to launch the mammoth venture that was Operation Barbarossa, planned in 1940, the intent was to destroy communism as an ideology and occupy the Western and Central Soviet Union all the way to the Ural Mountains in the east, with a border running on the line from Archangel in the north to Astrakhan on the Caspian Sea in the south. Once this was achieved, Himmler and his...
Everybody discusses Barbarossa. Nobody discusses Fall Weiss. I mean, people do discuss Fall Weiss. It's just that people don't know what Fall Weiss was. Write in the chat if you know what Fall Weiss was.
SS were to go to work exterminating and enslaving the majority of the former Soviet peoples in order to create a new German empire in the east, the so-called Lebensraum for the Aryan master race that he and Hitler fantasized about. End quote. Whilst writing this script and having to read these quotes, it's genuinely hard to keep a straight face. The most horrifying thing of it all is that people genuinely believe this stuff.
Why do people believe that? Well, let's just see. There's this...
Why would people believe that? Oh my gosh.
giant cavern called Baba Yar. Now, Baba Yar is a place in the former Soviet Union in Ukraine. Let me just find you a direct quote from Anatoly Kuznetsov. He was a Ukrainian Russian who fled the Soviet Union.
Okay.
I have his biography. It's amazing read, but it hurts to read. Yeah. Here we go. This is when he goes to Baba Yar after the war. A riverbed he used to play on. The riverbed was of good coarse sand, but now for some reason or other the sand was mixed in with little white stones. I bent down and picked one of them up to look at it more closely. It was a small piece of bone, about as big as a fingernail, and it was charred on one side and white on the other. The stream was washing these pieces of bone out of somewhere and carrying them down with us. From this we concluded that the place where the Jews, Russians and Ukrainians, and people of other nationalities had been shot was somewhere higher up. We carried on walking for a long time on these bits of bone until we reached the very top of the ravine, and the stream disappeared in place where it first formed by the many springs which trickled from the layers of sandstone.
That is a source, by the way. He's quoting.
It must have been from there that it carried the bones down. At this point the ravine became much narrower and split into several branches, and in one place we saw the sand had turned grey. Suddenly we realised we were walking on human ashes. That is a reading from Baba Yar by A. Anatoly, also known as Kuznetsov. He was a writer from Ukraine. He lived in Kyiv when the Germans took it, and he witnessed firsthand what happened at Baba Yar. He's a historian. We have so many first-hand account of this. That is what the Einsatzgruppen was up to. And if you don't believe that, read the first-hand accounts of the Reserve Police Battalion from Hamburg that undertook these killings. We know this happened.
So, let's look at the reality. The Germans marched into the Soviet Union and were greeted by most with open arms.
No, they weren't.
For now, they would not be
That's true, they were not.
needed as soldiers, but thousands upon thousands.
Okay. This is something that, yes, the Russians also bombed Baba Yar. Okay, this is something that gets lauded at all the time to show that Ukrainians were Nazis, and I hate this myth. Initially, the Ukrainians welcomed the German soldiers into the Ukrainian SSR because
Because they were hoping that Germans would help free them from the USSR and establish a Ukrainian state, but very quickly it turned out that actually Germans hated them and saw them as subhuman and started killing them, and very quickly this greeting stopped.
they reminded them of the German soldiers from the First World War who helped secure their independence from the Soviets and helped keep them independent. That is a fact. What changed and why there were more Ukrainians per capita fighting in the Red Army than almost any other group of people, and there were 5 million of them under arms at the end of the war, was they started killing everyone. If you are a Ukrainian, you are 20 years old.
That's basically what sort of that was the difference, roughly speaking, between the USSR and the Nazi regime. That in the USSR, when you behaved, then you kind of sort of had a chance to survive, live, etc. Depending on the period, of course. But in Nazi Germany, it didn't matter. Whatever you did, whatever you were, you just go. You're the inferior race, you have to die.
And you have lived through the Holodomor from your age of 10 to 20. You watched your family starve to death. And then the Germans appear, and you've heard stories from your grandparents and your parents that they came and saved you during the First World War and the Revolution. Would you two not support them initially?
Yeah, of course.
Basic common sense. Common sense. And you're right, hating...
Even though I hate the term common sense, I will say, yeah, that is basically how that went. And some historians call it actually a big wasted opportunity by Nazi Germany. So very sort of, if you look at it in a very cold, calculated way, instead of sort of taking advantage of this support, they just threw it away because of the whole racial thing.
Stalin allowed the Nazis to take advantage of them, but you know what? That lasted about a week or so.
Thousands volunteered to help the Germans regardless. They were especially well received in Ukraine and in the Baltic states.
Initially,
Soon,
for a
however,
second.
hundreds of thousands of these men would be allowed to volunteer to fight alongside the Germans. This is where the narrative runs into serious problems. If these men were viewed as subhumans who they were about to kill, why on earth would they arm them? In Ukraine, Trigg even states in his own book that the Germans enforced their anti-abortion laws there and arrested abortionists. If the Germans wanted to kill these people, why would they punish practices which lowered their birth rates? Are we to believe, as Trigg states, that as soon as the Germans reached the Urals, then some kind of real-life Order 66 would come into effect?
It was already in effect. Baba Yar has over 30,000 bodies in it. Over 30,000. They did start killing them. This is okay. This is kind of going to clean Wehrmacht territory, but bear with me. Not every single person in the German army was an absolute psycho murderer. The horrific crimes that were undertaken during the Second World War by the Germans was not generally by the frontline soldiers. It was by the Einsatzgruppen and the rear echelon soldiers, very similarly into the Soviet Union. When the Soviets pushed into Germany in the Second World War, the mass rape and slaughter of German women and children and elderly, that did occur, and it wasn't actually genocide, it absolutely was. That occurred by second echelon and third echelon units, predominantly. It's not the frontline troops that usually do it, because quite frankly, they don't have time. And if they did, do you really think their crimes are going to be reported or being given a trial? It's quite often...
Yeah, racists are stupid, yeah, I am saying that. Very brave of me to say.
In these situations that the Nazi army, the Wehrmacht, is called the clean Wehrmacht, because there's no explicit evidence at the start of the war or during the initial invasion, and that is because they didn't have the time to do it. But make no mistake, when the time came, it absolutely happened. Baba Yar has tens of thousands of bodies alone. And there are so many other mass graves in Eastern Europe. I've seen them with my own eyes. They exist.
We are meant to believe that the Germans would suddenly turn on their comrades in arms, men they had fought and died with, and just...
Yes, actually.
Kill them? Or is it more likely that me, as well as many other historians, are quite right in suggesting that the war had a far more logical cause? People talk of plans that...
Okay, let's just...
Yeah, you're not a historian. I'm so sick of people just titling themselves historians. Without... Oh, gosh. Me and many other historians. The Zoomer historian.
Okay, so... We estimate...
Mm-hmm.
Let me just bring up my stats. I have a cheat sheet. So the population in 1940 in Soviet Ukraine was about 30 to 40 million, I believe. Let me just double check. It was 30,960,000. As according to the Soviet census. Now we aren't entirely trustworthy of that because of the Holodomor and other events, but that's about 30 million. Of that 30 million, okay. Of that 30 million, okay, of that 30 million, can we get in chat? Can you take guesses how many actually joined the Nazis? Of that 30 million, how many joined the Nazis?
50,000.
I'll give you like a minute.
I don't know, 50,000. I'm throwing out.
Okay. It was about 250,000.
Okay, I was off. By 5 times.
250,000 at the absolute limit, and that's not necessarily fighting for the Nazis, that's acting as police. That's basically anyone who collaborated. So the collaboration now was 250,000. Would you like to guess in chat now, of that 30 million, how many fought in the Red Army? Give that a few seconds.
5 million.
30 million, 250,000 joined the Nazis.
Listen, I'm not good with numbers, okay? Don't hold it against me.
How many fought in the Red Army?
I'm saying 5 million.
7 million.
Okay, I was just off by 2 million. That's okay.
7 million, actually. I was wrong. 7 million went under arms or joined the war effort in some way. 7 million of the 30 million. Yeah, they definitely helped, didn't they? They definitely were massive Nazis. Yeah. People do not realize how many Ukrainians fought them. That photo of the red banner over the Reichstag has no Russians in it. It's got Dagestanis, Ukrainians, and other members of the SSR in it. Ukraine did not join the Nazis. It had collaborators. It did not join the Nazis.
The Germans had for the East, but conveniently for people like Trig, all of these happened to be magically burned. So instead, let's focus on the reality. What happened under the few years of German occupation in the East? Let's ask one of the most respected historians of the 20th century, A.J.P. Taylor. He explains the reality in depth in his book, The Origin.
What happened in Poland? Okay, what happened in Poland during its occupation?
Of the Second World War. Quote, but was Lebensraum Hitler's sole idea, or indeed the one which dominated his mind? To judge from Mein Kampf, he was obsessed with anti-Semitism, which occupies most of the book. Lebensraum gets only 7 of the 700 pages. Then, and thereafter, it was...
Yes, it does only get 7 pages, but what does he refer to the Bolsheviks as, mister? What does he call the Bolsheviks? They are Judeo-Bolsheviks. What must he say must be destroyed? Judaism. I wonder if they are connected. I wonder if there is any kind of connection between Judeo-Bolshevism and Jews and Bolsheviks and Lebensraum. I wonder what that could be. Yeah, no, Spare 15 Strata. You could absolutely use that logic to say France collaborated. On the whole, actually, France collaborated more than the than the Ukrainians did in many areas. Not in all of France, mind you, but in some areas. Yeah, that's just yeah. Alright, where's my
Someone's
chat?
frustrated.
I can put something in the chat. Oh, by the way, I'm gonna pin this. This is Falcon's new video. Let me pin that. That's Falcon's new video. When you're done. When we're done. Wow, the testy blowout. Here we go.
They had a podcast as well. Hold on. History of Everything also has a podcast. There you go, there's a podcast. And it has, this has a gigantic amount of subscribers. How Ukraine changed the future of war with drones. That's someone else? They have the same name.
My friends, it is absolutely...
Jesus Christ, that's wild. Someone should sue. There should be a lawsuit.
What are you gonna do? What the f*** are you gonna do? Like, you keep fighting or you die. Like, pick one. You're either running to South America or you're dying. Like, this isn't Red Orchestra. You can't team swap in real life. Like, what the f*** do you think's gonna happen here?
And its cause. Would they have done this if there was even the slightest inclination that they would be killed for being seen as Slavic Untermensch? The run-of-the-mill historians have got it wrong.
Run-of-the-mill. Jesus Christ.
Espousing views such as Triggs cannot possibly believe what they are saying. Such things are simply wartime propaganda espoused by Stalin or Churchill. There is simply no basis in reality for the war in the East being a race war. In fact, it was quite...
Except, all the death camps and the...
Yeah, all the evidence.
The Luangers, the reserve police battalions, the giant full of dead bodies, the executions, the villages getting wiped out. I can keep going for like a month. I mean, I've got a biography here about Babi Yar that I read a passage from. Like, that's fun. Yeah, everything was planted by Winston Churchill on one of his benders. That's exactly what happened. It was all
True.
planted by Churchill, bro. It's all Churchill. You don't get it, bro. Dinosaurs aren't real. They're all Churchill.
Quite the opposite. One of Hitler's allies during Operation Barbarossa was Slovakia, who were Slavs. Another of Hitler's
Slovakia was also a puppet state, but we ignore that.
allies who wasn't involved in the invasion was Bulgaria, also Slavs. Furthermore, the Third Reich had the most diverse army in history. Muslims, Christians, pagans.
He did not just that. He did not.
Sorry, what did he say?
In Bulgaria
He was also...
was Slovakia, who were Slavs. Another of Hitler's
Slovakia was also a puppet state, but we ignore that.
allies who wasn't involved in the invasion was Bulgaria, also Slavs. Furthermore, the Third Reich had the most diverse army in history. Muslims, Christians, pagans.
He did not just that. He did not.
Oh my god. Oh my god. The most diverse army in history.
Oh, thank you, Adam. Let's see that again, guys. Thank you for the 20 subs. Holy. Let's just go back to that again.
Oh my
Wasn't
god.
involved in the invasion was Bulgaria, also Slavs. Furthermore, the Third Reich had the most diverse army in history.
In
also
history.
Slavs. Furthermore, the Third Reich had the most diverse army in history.
What was that?
Slavs. Furthermore, the Third Reich had the most diverse army in history.
Okay, let's do maps again, kids. Let's do maps again. Let's do maps again. Do 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 do. Do do do.
Zoomer historian.
Hi, so we're gonna look at something here. Where is it? Where is it? We're gonna find a map. Let's find a map. Alright. You guys know what this is?
It's a
Thank
map.
you so much. 20 subs. That's all I know. People are subbing, thank you. Like, I've got 40 subs. Wow, okay. There's a sub train. I never thought I'd do that. This is the British Empire. This is the British Empire. Now, this is Australia. This is New Zealand. New Zealand has Maoris. Australia has Indigenous Australians. There are over 100 or... There are hundreds and hundreds of different nation states. Well, not nation states, different nations in Australia. Such as, like, the Kabi Kabi and Ngunnawal, Eora, like, over 700 different native nations in Australia. Like, it's insane. Yeah, the Noongar, there are so many people in Australia, the different nations. So that's 700 different possibilities. Then you have the Papuans, you've got the Kukuku, you've got other people, you've got the Bougainville, you've got multiple different people from here. This is just Australia. Then you have like 10 to 20 different nations in Malaysia. India is a of nations. You've got there's Nepalis, Bhutanese. Like there are hundreds and hundreds of different nations, and every nation in the British Empire, every part of the British Empire, fought in the Second World War. And that's before we even get to the French Empire, which included Africans from so many different places. Like, we're talking like, you've got Indo-Chinese, Vietnamese, Laos, Cambodia, and in Vietnam itself, so many different nations and nationalities and cultures. The Thais, the Burmese, the Shan. I can go on for a year. I mean, the Shona, the Ndebele, the Kalanga, the Mau Mau, I'm going through Africa, the Zulus. We could be here for a decade. We're going through and explaining the different nationalities and the groups of people inside the British Empire that fought in the Second World War. And that's before we even get to Canada, when we look at the Nunavut and we look at the Northwestern Territories.
I think he's made his point.
Words first, DI military. Yeah, we'll go with that. I'm not gonna say the Booty Short Bros. I'm not gonna say that name. You've got so many different groups of people. And then we get to the Soviet Union, and the Soviet Union is not one country, it is hundreds and hundreds of different cultures, cultural groups, historical national groups, republic groups that are all linked together, that are all different groups of people. You mean to tell me that you're telling me that the Nazi army, because it had a couple Muslims in it, was the most... Let's just hear him say it again.
Also Slavs. Furthermore, the Third Reich had the most diverse army in history.
No, it didn't, bud. No, it didn't. It really did not.
Muslims, Christians, pagans, Germans, Scandinavians, Frenchmen, Slavs.
Why does it say Germans separately to Christians?
I don't know.
Okay.
Balts, Armenians, and an almost unlistable variety of peoples were fighting and dying on the Eastern Front together.
Unlistable.
After all, Trig already knows this, considering he has half a dozen books on the various foreign SS divisions. Thank you very much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, then please do leave a
that's
like.
over.
As always though, the biggest thanks of all goes to my Patreon, Subscribestar, and YouTube members who make these videos possible. My videos are not monetized immediately and have to undergo a manual review. As a result, the vast majority...
Oh my god, of course. Why? I wonder why Zoomer Historians videos have to go a manual review. I wonder. Okay?
of my income comes from subscription sites such as these. As this is my full-time job, these people literally make this possible, and I cannot thank them enough. So if you enjoy the videos and you'd like to support me, join our Discord or our weekly Hearts of Iron 4 games, then please do consider signing up in one of the links in the description. Thank you. Even the $2 tier helps immensely. Thank you to Lobster TV, Darway Lololol, Sigmar, Emperor Titus, Luke David Murphy.
Cannot believe this crap.
Patrons. What's a hype chest?
Hype chest.
What does that do? Ooh, 20. Wait, how did that... Holy shit. Okay. Yeah, that Patreon logo is a choice. So, that's... I have a train, I guess. Choo-choo. Cool. Oh, interesting. Oh. That's cool. Hi. So that was an event.
That was not just a video, it was an event.
Stream because I want him to get all your views separately. 50 views is a lot of views, so I was really like, I'd love you all to go and watch it after this or just after, but like...
Alright, let's skim.
Shut up. Like... Oh
What do we have?
no! Off.
Why? What happened? Oh boy.
You can't make a video on that country in 1 hour. And under 1 hour. I'm working on one myself. Shut up. I bet that's...
What country? What?
This guy's special.
Yeah, and successful, apparently. Very depressing.
The cat of everything is not in his bedroom. He's out in the lounge room.
Oh yeah, I saw.
That's what we watched.
I saw that. Oh boy.
Thank you, everyone. I don't think he's a troll. I think he actually believes what he's saying. That's the worst part.
I think so. Hold on.
I cannot say that. I can't say that. The problem is, like, let's look at his comments. Let's go back to the video that we did. Let's do this.
I recently made a video.
Shut up, and I want to hear you speak.
Sometimes the comments can be enlightening.
I can't say what just entered my head. Oh, I can't say what entered my head then. I can't say that. I cannot say that. I can't say that. He is obsessed with race. It is. It is Hollywoodish. It's stupid. Like that's. Oh, actually, speaking of, this guy's great. Love this guy's videos.
Hitler's race obsessed supervillain persona was the main reason I began to doubt the historical narrative. It felt too Hollywoodish, glorified to allies to an extreme level, and kept dodging the reason why he would target Jewish people in the first place. Oh boy. Dodging the reasons.
That says more than you think it does.
It does. That actually does. No dispute here. Hitler say war with the USSR as inevitable. Where he went wrong was his estimation of the Red Army.
It says more than you think it does. Of course it does. Ugh. That's a choice.
See you.
Yeah, okay. Yep, okay.
Same.
It's not getting any better, is it?
No, it's not. Lenin wanted the world revolution, while Stalin insisted on consolidating his regime. Whereas it's honestly kind of interesting finding out that the German army was the most diverse army in its time, even though they're supposedly big bad racists. It's almost like the term racist was invented by the communists Leon Trotsky, whose real name was Lev Davidovich Bronstein. Jesus Christ Almighty!
Yeah.
Oh my God.
It's it is an interesting name, isn't it, then? Yes. This is, I'm not particularly
500 yen.
left wing. Like, I mean, just compared to this guy, I'm not, compared to this guy. Like, I'm not a particularly left wing person. Like, I believe a lot in individual liberties and such, and
I'm pretty
not,
left wing.
A red flag waving unionist like Anarchy is. Like, I can believe he's a Zoomer, but like, after reading this, I kind of understand the NKVD's point on some people.
No. And on that note, I guess we're gonna finish this stream. It was a little bit scuffed, it was a little bit, but I had to do some stuff. So yes, this is the first Kyiv thing. I think I'm gonna try to put on a layout, work on some stuff, and I'll see you later. This was fun. This was great. I'll see you. I'm gonna raid you to probably gosh, what do I do? Edit. I'm gonna raid you into VegCom. There you go. See you. Wouldn't wanna be you. Bye bye.